Book 2, Chapter 5 of The Mask by Florence Irwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Another invitation that she was loath to accept did Alison presently receive. It was to take tea in Mrs. Shapleigh's uptown flat. Only the fact that she had thrice refused similar ones induced her to accept this. Moreover, Mrs. Shapleigh pleaded that she herself was on the eve of leaving for a southern resort, and might not be able again to see dear Mrs. Howland for quite a while. Assured of this mitigating fact, Alison permitted herself to be persuaded into an acceptance. She was asked for 4 o'clock, but she hadn't an idea of the distance nor of the length of time the trip would take. She therefore arrived very late, and after the rest of the guests were assembled. The apartment house was a very showy one, and an exceedingly correct maid admitted Alison to the Shapleighs' flat. The moment she entered, her nostrils were assailed with a heavy perfume. It was a combination of gardenias, American Beauty roses, and incense. About 12 women were seated around the small drawing-room, and Alison was surprised at the empressement with which they all greeted her. She little dreamed what a clever advance agent her hostess had been. " I was just at the point of giving you up, dear Mrs. Howland," purred that hostess. " Sit down and let me pour you some tea. Wait until I make you a fresh cup. Here are some sandwiches to nibble on in the meantime. This will be ready in a moment." Alison had never seen her so gorgeous nor so beautiful. Her gray chiffon tea gown was bordered with 10-inch bands of chinchilla and girdled with a heavy silver rope, which ended in huge, swinging tassels. A silver fillet bound her brow, and her hands were loaded with rings. The general conversation was a surprise to Alison. It was exclusively concerned with the doings of smart society. Weddings, theater parties, opera, dances, who wore what and who sat where. Mrs. Shapleigh's friends were expensively dressed in the height of fashion, but not for one moment did they give the impression of being to the manner born. And granting that a large portion of smart society is not to the manner born, there was still a certain intangible something about these women that marked them as outsiders. Alison was almost sure that they didn't know the people they discussed so eagerly. Their very eagerness was suspicious in itself. So, too, were the frequent disagreements as to whether such and such a person really were Mrs. This or Miss That. And they constantly used the words society leader. " Have you seen your cousin, Mrs. Bleecker Gansevoort, lately, Mrs. Howland? " asked the hostess, handing Alison her cup of tea. Why didn't she say Mrs. Bleecker ten Eyck Gansevoort, thought the girl wickedly. What an opportunity to neglect! But at least she didn't miss the relationship. Aloud she was replying, " Yes, we dined there not long ago." Everyone looked up in interest, and Mrs. Shapleigh continued, " Oh, indeed? And were the Billy Mortimers there? " Alison, very much amused, gave the desired answer. " Mrs. Mortimer is so chic, isn't she? " broke in one of the guests. " I love the way she does her hair. She looked gorgeous at the opera on Monday night. She was in white panne velvet heavily embroidered in silver. One of the most beautiful frocks I've ever seen. What did she wear at your dinner, Mrs. Howland? Pink satin, I think it was. But it might have been yellow. They look so much alike at night. No, it is pink. I've seen her in that frock. The little sleeves were gathered to look like rose petals, weren't they? " Alison admitted that they were. " I think," said a woman who had not yet spoken, " I think Kathleen Mortimer is the swellest woman in the young married set. She has so much class, and she's so exclusive. They say you can't make an inch of headway with her unless she wants you to. You know Chappie Lawrence and Tony Warren were both crazy to marry her." " Is it true, Mrs. Howland," asked another woman, " that Mrs. Gansevoort serves her cocktails in whiskey glasses? " Alison burst out laughing. " I'm afraid you'll think me terribly ignorant," she admitted, " but I don't know cocktail glasses from whiskey glasses. These were long-stemmed glasses with wide, shallow bowls. Oh, just the regular cocktail glasses," said her questioner. But it took all of Alison's prestige as cousin of Mrs. Gansevoort and Mrs. Mortimer to keep her from losing caste by this frank admission. And so the intellectual talk rolled on. When Alison rose to go, a Mrs. Wolf immediately insisted on driving her home. " My car is waiting," she announced. " It will give me great pleasure. But I live so far downtown. It is very sweet of you, but I hate to take you so much out of your way." Mrs. Wolf repeated that it would be a pleasure, and that the distance was nothing in a car, so Alison yielded. She would much rather have gone home alone, but she didn't quite see how she could manage it. Mrs. Wolf seemed to be more devoted to Mrs. Shapleigh, and more intimate with her than any woman there. She called her " dearest Madeleine," and fawned upon her to such an extent that Alison was sure that a warm friendship must exist between them. Mrs. Shapleigh clasped Alison's hand closely at parting. " When I come back, you must ask me to tea some day, with Mrs. Gansevoort and Mrs. Mortimer," she smiled. " Good bye, dear Mrs. Howland. Come and see me as soon as I return." The Wolf limousine stood waiting, and the moment the two women were seated, Mrs. Wolf began to talk. " Mrs. Shapleigh is very beautiful, isn't she? " she said. " Oh, very, indeed," agreed Alison. " It is such a rare type. Have you ever seen her husband? Yes, we all lived in the same house for a little while. Well, isn't he a fool? "" A fool? Oh, I don't think so." " Don't you? I do. How can any man believe the dope that Madeleine Shapleigh gives her husband? Do you know what his income is? "" Of course not." " Well, I can tell you exactly. It is $2,400. He gets $200 a month." Alison made no reply, and Mrs. Wolf continued, " That's a princely sum, isn't it? "" I should think it was sufficient for two persons," said Alison coldly. " It depends on how they live. Have you any idea of the price of that tea gown that Madeleine wore to day? No, I'm not good at such things. It certainly didn't cost a cent less than $600, and it was probably nearer 1,000. There were yards of the most superb chinchilla on it, and it was from Callot. A third of your yearly income on one tea gown is rather extravagant, don't you think? "" She evidently has an income of her own," began Alison, and was about to change the subject when her companion cut in. " She? Not a cent." " Oh, really, Mrs. Wolf, I think you are mistaken. I have heard that they had a very beautiful home, and her father probably makes her an allowance. Do tell me about all these places that we are passing. You know I am a stranger, and I am so interested in New York. These houses must be the homes of all sorts of interesting people." " You can't tell me anything about Madeleine's family," replied Mrs. Wolf viciously, entirely ignoring the balance of Alison's speech. She might just as well have said, " You can't get me off of this subject," for such was actually the case. Because of hold-ups in the crowded afternoon traffic, the ride was a slow one, and during the whole of it, Alison was never once able to divert her. " I know all about the Nortons. My husband has done a great deal of business with Mr. Norton, and it is in that way that I know the daughters so well. They always wanted to make a great show, and for years the father had to spend more than he should. And now the end has come. He's down and out. Gone to smash. Failed." " Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. It must be awfully hard to begin life over again when you are well along in years. Well, that being the case, how do you suppose Madeleine Shapleigh gets her clothes and her trips? Do you know the ridiculous taradiddle that she tells her husband? That Felice, the big modiste on Fifth Avenue, you know, dresses her for nothing just because of her figure and the advertisement she makes for the establishment. As if Felice needed that kind of advertising. Ed Shapleigh is a poor fool." " Probably it is true," said Alison. " I know one of the first places I ever went with Mrs. Shapleigh was to see a parade of mannequins at Felice's, and she gave several orders." " Of course she did, and immediately afterwards was ordered to Atlantic City for her health." And friends of mine saw her down there with that rich doctor who is so crazy about her. They stayed at the same hotel and went out together in a double-wheeled chair all the time, and "" Really, Mrs. Wolf," interrupted Alison, " Mrs. Shapleigh is my friend. I cannot discuss her in this way. Oh, here we are at my door. Tell your man, please, that this is the house. Right over this shop. Thank you so very much for the ride." " You must come and see me," said Mrs. Wolf very cordially. " Thank you. You are very good. Good night." And she ran upstairs. Phil was out, the fire was bright, and it wasn't worth while to take off her hat, as it would soon be time to go to dinner. So loosening her wraps, the girl sat down in the firelit darkness and gave herself to thought. Save, oh, save me from my friends, was the burden of her mental song. But much as she disliked Mrs. Wolf, she couldn't help dwelling on what she said, nor remembering with startling distinctness that doctor's long visit last December. Then she began to reflect how lumbering and heavy she herself felt in such conversations. She couldn't join in, and the others wouldn't let her stay out, and her excuses and efforts at turning the subject sounded stiff and awkward. Both her taste and principles were offended, and she was self-conscious and uncomfortable from first to last. It had never been so at home, but then, of course, the family atmosphere had been different. And in local society there had always been marked deference shown to Terry preferences. You couldn't judge by Coningsboro. Well, at Cousin Mary's it hadn't been so. She had never once had to think of herself, nor to make a conscious effort. Everything just flowed. But she immediately remembered that Cousin Mary was a relation, and that the same blood, therefore, ran in their veins. Perhaps that made a difference. Suddenly there flashed into her mind the expression, "a fish out of water," and with the thought came the picture of a poor, gasping, flapping, convulsive thing, panting for its natural element and growing weaker with each gasp. That was what she was with Mrs. Shapleigh and her ilk. She was a fish out of water. Next came that thought which was becoming almost her obsession. Masks. What masks she had been viewing. Mrs. Shapleigh wore one. Mrs. Wolf wore one. Possibly every guest at that party except she herself had worn one. This she said in all honesty, for it was an odd fact that, at that time, Alison Howland failed to realize that her own mask, that afternoon, had been just as thick as any other, her actual thoughts and feelings just as carefully concealed. Sometime in February, Phil and Al Keppner went off to Boston together to spend 2 or 3 days. An important new piece was to be tried out there, and the celebrated dramatic critic must be on hand. Phil went with him, by his invitation. Alison was not asked whether she minded being left alone. Her husband advised her to go out to some restaurant and get her heavy meal in the middle of the day, and then to have supper and a cup of tea at home in the evening. She promised to follow this sensible plan, and he went off radiant. It was his first real holiday since his marriage. Alison couldn't help wondering what would happen if she should be taken ill in the apartment. It boasted no telephone, and she had not a real friend in the whole of the great city. The Mortimers were at Aiken, and the Gansevoorts were in Florida. But as she reminded herself, she was never ill, and 3 days was not a very long time. The first evening of her solitude she had a call from Mr. Ferriss. Ferriss was the man whose intimacy with the influential Mr. Maxon was considered such an asset. He was also the protector of the sweet little thing whom Phil Howland had suggested to his wife as a desirable friend and companion. Ferriss had not been to the Howlands for a long time, and if she must be interrupted, Alison was glad that he was the one to do it. He was the only man with decent manners who ever entered her house. This time he had come with a specific object, to invite the Howlands to a restaurant dinner the following evening. It was the first invitation he had ever extended to them. " Oh, I am so sorry," cried Alison. " We should have loved to come, I'm sure. But my husband is in Boston with Mr. Keppner and won't be returning for several days." What a perfect shame! And I have just succeeded in capturing that wary bird, Maxon. He's as elusive as a girl, and I know that Howland is no end anxious to meet him." " He is, indeed. Couldn't you possibly defer the dinner for a few days, Mr. Ferriss? This Boston trip is not going to last long, and I know Mr. Howland will be terribly disappointed. He has been looking forward to this chance for so long." " Yes, and it's the last one he'll have for a long time. Maxon is just on the eve of sailing for Bermuda. He'll be gone for the balance of the winter." " I never knew of anything so provoking. I'd telegraph my husband. I know he'd be only too glad to return for the occasion. But I haven't the slightest idea of his address. He didn't tell me where he would be stopping. I don't think he knew himself." " Well, it is certainly hard luck. My sister and her husband are coming, and I thought that with them and you two and Maxon we should make a very jolly party. Rather a preponderance of the stern sex. But as long as there were two of you, I thought that you and Blanche wouldn't mind. And now she won't have a soul to keep her in countenance. I wish you'd come just the same and meet her. I know that you would like each other. Won't you? Please do." It would never have occurred to the girl to accept, except for the fact that Mr. Maxon would be there. She was not one of those women who are always trying to pull wires in their husband's behalf, and who usually succeed in messing things up disgustingly. Alison Howland was no would-be wire puller. Even if she went to this dinner, she would not try to capture for Phil an offer from the great Mr. Maxon, nor would she seek so to captivate that gentleman that he would want to see her again. She merely thought, in a vague way, that since her husband was doomed to miss the great opportunity he had so long been seeking, it might be better for her to show up and to make the name of Howland mean something to Mr. Maxon. Simply make it stand out from the crowd. He might notice that, well, that she wasn't a nobody, and that might predispose him, later, in Phil's favor. By great good luck, something might even be said about Phil's hopes, and she could say how glad her husband would be if there were any chance of an opening. And the presence of Ferriss' sister would make everything correct. " Won't you come, Mrs. Howland? " repeated Mr. Ferriss. " Blanche, that is Mrs. Bonner, will be so glad to know you. And you will save my party from disaster. You are quite sure that your sister is coming? "" Naturally. Should I be asking you to meet her otherwise? "" And Mr. Maxon is an equal certainty? "" Yes, I've caught him at last, I think." " Don't think me rude, Mr. Ferriss," begged the girl. " I should love to come, but unless I were sure of your sister's presence, I should be forced to decline, of course. As it is, I shall be delighted to accept. At what time am I expected? "" At 8 o'clock, if that suits you." " Perfectly. And where is your party to be? "" At Victor's." He watched her narrowly as he said this, but the name meant nothing to her, as he immediately discovered. " I'm too sorry, Mrs. Howland, that you'll have to come up alone. I shall send a carriage for you, and I should certainly come for you myself, except for my other guests." " Why, I shouldn't dream of such a thing. As for the carriage, thank you very much, but I shall of course order one for myself. And I shall be delighted to meet you at Victor's at 8 o'clock. Oh, and just where is Victor's, though I suppose my driver will know." " Yes, certainly he will know." But he gave the address. " And now," laughed Alison, " I am going to prove to you my ignorance. I don't know much about parties in smart restaurants. Shall I wear a hat and a high light frock, or an evening gown? "" An evening gown, unless you prefer the other." " Dear me, no. I only want to be correct, and not to disgrace you. I'm sure it will be a perfect party." Ferriss lingered only a little while. She appreciated his tact, and he talked very charmingly during the few moments that he remained. Alison quite looked forward to the party, and though she wished repeatedly that Phil could have been on hand, she thought it was quite fortunate that they had not both been out of town. She reached Victor's almost on the stroke of 8, and found a very handsome and very voluble host awaiting her. She was immediately struck by his volubility. He talked very fast. " Am I the first? " she demanded, looking around. " Yes. Shall we go upstairs? "" Oh, we are not dining down here? No, it is nicer on the floor above. But don't you want to await the rest of your guests here? No, I think we will go up." She ascended with him, and they were shown to a private room. The moment the door was opened, she saw a table set for two. She stood stock still outside the door. "This is not our table," she said. "Yes, it is. I've had all sorts of bad luck with my guests, Mrs. Howland. Come and sit down and let me tell you about it." "Not here," she said. "In fact, Mr. Ferris, since your party has fallen through, I think it would be better for me to go home, if you will call me a carriage." "Mrs. Howland, you certainly will do no such a thing as that. With my dinner all ordered, and just because my well-laid plans have gone astray." She honestly didn't know what to do. She couldn't decide whether or not he was telling the truth. Perhaps, after all, he was. And as she was a married woman, there could be nothing abnormal in her dining with him. But not in that room. That went without saying. "If it won't upset your arrangements to dine downstairs," she said slowly, "I will stay, if you really wish it. I should think, though, that you would much rather give your party some other time." "You would think nothing of the sort," he replied in a very low voice. "Must it be downstairs?" Again she was tempted to run away, but not really knowing what was best to do, she replied to his question. "Most certainly, downstairs or nowhere." As they went down, she said, "Where is your sister?" "Ill," he replied. "And Mr. Maxon?" "Date with a lady. Now, here we are. Where will you sit?" They selected a table, and Ferris helped her to take off her cloak. She felt his hand touch the back of her neck, and she drew quickly away. It might, however, have been accidental. "God, you look beautiful," he whispered as they took their seats. She started to rise. "Sit still," he commanded in a low tone, and without raising his voice one iota, he began precipitately to make the maddest love she had ever heard. Before he had gone far, she was on her feet and picking up her cloak. Her host seized her arm and ordered her to sit down, but she shook off his hand and, with trembling fingers, fastened the clasp at her neck. Beckoning a waiter, she told him to order her a cab. "I'm coming with you," said Ferris brutally. "You are not," she replied, and without a glance or a farewell word, she went from the room and into the waiting cab, giving the driver the address even as she opened the door. Safe at home, she had no companion but her thoughts, and they were poor company. "Are all men beasts?" she kept asking herself. "Do they all jump into this sort of thing with no warning, no preamble of any kind? Do they think they can take a woman by main force? They are savages, cavemen, animals, vile, filthy animals." And then another thought struck her. Ferris's mask. How snugly it had fitted, how impenetrable it had proven, until that moment when he had chosen to raise it. Phil came home the next morning, in high good humor. He and Keppner had had a glorious time. They had met Ferris on their way to the station, the day they had left, and had tried to persuade him to go with them to Boston, but he had declined. They had met him in the morning, and he had come to her in the evening of the same day, with his trumped-up tale of hoping to find her husband. She told Phil the whole disgusting story. "Good Lord, Ferris! Well, I'll be damned," was his sole comment. But he looked at her queerly. A little later he asked, "Had you any idea that Ferris was sweet on you?" "Would I have gone with him if I had?" she demanded hotly. "Certainly I hadn't." After still another pause, Phil said, "I suppose this cooks my goose with that Maxon job." "You never had any goose to cook," replied Alison sharply. "Can't you see that Mr. Ferris's repeated excuses were all lies? He had no intention of doing anything for you." "No, that's true. Very likely not. I don't even feel certain that he knows Mr. Maxon very well." "Well, if I could be sure of that, there'd be nothing to worry over." Nothing to worry over? Nothing to worry over in the fact that his wife had been trapped into a tete-a-tete and insulted when captured? Evidently such things didn't shock Phil. Probably he was accustomed to them. Alison even imagined that she had gained a little luster in his eyes. " What sort of a place is Victor's? " she presently asked. " Rotten," he replied, and thus dismissed the subject. The sole result of the adventure was that Ferriss never again entered the Howlands' door. For that, Alison gave him a grudging credit. He was as horrible as Keppner. He had insulted her as grossly, but he had, at least, his pride. He did not lay himself open to a second rebuff. End of Book 2, Chapter 5. Book 2, Chapter 6 of The Mask by Florence Irwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. As spring approached, Alison began to long for the country. The springtime had always been her favorite season. She had loved to wander outside of Coningsboro and into the country, to follow murmuring brooks, to delve into woods and copses, to smell the fresh, damp mold, and to search for the first green sprouts and blossoms. Every spring of her life she had done this, and now she was cooped up in a brick-walled, brick-paved prison, where the only response to the call of the season was languor and listlessness. As she looked forward to the long summer months, she felt that she could not possibly bear to spend them so. She would coax Phil to Coningsboro for a visit. Never again would she want to live, permanently live, in as small and quiet a place as the town which had sheltered her girlhood. But she thought how wonderful it would be if Coningsboro could be picked up bodily and carried to the outskirts of New York. Perhaps there was a Coningsboro out there already, waiting to be discovered. One day at luncheon, she turned to her husband. " Phil," she said, " I think it would be lovely to have a little home in the country." "The country? No, thank you. No country for me. I'd go crazy." Phil Howland would rather have lived in a gutter than in the country. " Oh, I don't mean far away, like Coningsboro. I mean just outside of New York, where we could run in every day if we wanted to." " And how about the evenings? That's where the rub would come." " We'd soon have a circle of friends. And we'd have our own home and our interests. The trouble with this life is that it's too detached. There are no responsibilities and very few duties. We have no servant, so we eat out. That cuts housekeeping to a minimum. As to church, I go and I come home again, and that ends it. There is no connection with the church life, and I have no work to do. I have nowhere that I could even ask a class of poor children to come. I rarely speak to a woman, and I have nothing in common with those I do know, except my own cousins, and they lead such a different life that I see them only occasionally. I read, of course. That is the great salvation. But I should read anywhere. There is no exercise except walking on the streets. I can never run out bareheaded into the open. I miss my tennis. I miss my occupations. Oh, Phil, dear, if you would only believe it and try it, you'd find that a real home would be worth all the theaters and restaurants in the world. I tell you, Al, I'd die in the country. I'd get no inspiration for my work. That is the greatest point of all. I am sure that you would. I'm convinced that that's precisely what you need. You get no inspiration here. This whole winter you have done nothing but unsigned hack work." She saw his face darkening ominously. This was a sore subject, and she hurried on. " I'm not blaming you. I am sure that you can't help it. And I am equally sure that I've discovered the reason. You need different surroundings, a more inspiring life." " I need nothing of the sort, Al," replied her husband pettishly. " For Heaven's sake, allow me the credit of knowing my own needs. I need mental companionship, and rubbing up against brains other than my own. You'd get that in a country home. We'd have neighbors, and you could invite your town friends out. And how about the winters and the snowstorms? Lord, how I despise a snowstorm in the country." Her mind flew back again to that snowy walk outside Coningsboro, and the sunset lights, and Phil's apostrophe to the kingdom of purity. Just words, she supposed, in the light of her later knowledge. Her husband continued, " Imagine me plowing through snowdrifts every night to get back to my ideal country home." " But, Phil, that's just the point. If you had a business that took you in town every day, if you had to leave early and return late, I'd never say a word about it. But you haven't. You need never go into the city, except when it suited you. Great Scott, Al, you'd have me raving crazy on your hands inside of 6 months. Cooped up in the country from the time the first snow fell until spring melted the last drift? Not on your life. Don't be absurd, Phil. I merely meant that you needn't go out on snowy days unless you wanted to. I could see that horrible expanse of white glare from my own windows. Then you could pull down the shades and sit in the dark." She couldn't help laughing at his absurdities. " And if you couldn't stand it, you could call a hack and drive to the station and go to the lovely, black, muddy city. You touch the exact point when you say hack. Suburban hacks cost money. They don't begin to cost as much as constant drinks in restaurants. Our income is as big as Elsa's and Roscoe's, I'm sure, and they have a darling little home of their own." "Yes, but Coningsboro isn't New York. You put Elsa's house in a New York suburb, and we couldn't afford to touch it." " Oh, Phil, I'm sure we could. And I know we couldn't. Just go out into the suburbs and look at a few houses, and ask their rents if you want to be convinced. I should be willing to bet a good deal that we could get a little country house for the rent that we pay for this apartment. Then it's lucky you haven't the chance to place your bet, for you'd lose your money. We couldn't possibly do it. And look at the size of these rooms, and the convenience of the situation. Besides which, we have, as you seem to forget, our heat and light included. And we need practically no service. In the country, there'd be servants, and they'd always be leaving. There'd be coal to buy, and there'd be a furnace to burn it in. Who'd take care of that furnace? Not I warrant you. Not any maid that you'd find. And there'd be lights, and water rent, and hack fare, and train fare, and club dues if you got your tennis, and parties to give if you made friends, and grass to cut in summer, and snow to shovel in the winter. No, I thank you." " Well, of course, if you don't want to go, you'll never do it. I know that very well. But you exaggerate everything horribly. There are living expenses everywhere. And in a country life, while there would be some extra ones, there would also be plenty of offsets which you never even mention. Also, if you worked more, as I am sure you would in a different atmosphere, you would sell more, and we should have a bigger income." " My dear girl, you quite miss the point. You take the position that work is my end and aim in life. It is not. It is merely a means to the end. Work per se does not attract me. I love life, and I must work to live. Here you are, proposing to take me to a life that I loathe, in order that I may work like the devil, and thus earn sufficient money to continue to live the life that I loathe, provided that I also continue to work like the devil." For the life of her, Alison could not help laughing. He was witty. There was no doubt about it. The laughter quite restored Phil's good humor. " I'll tell you what it is," he said. " If we had money enough to run a decent little place, and keep one motor, and come in town to spend a night or two at a good hotel every now and then, I'd be your man for the country. Find me that much money, and I'll move with you to-morrow." The conversation, though it killed some budding hopes of Alison's, succeeded in putting a new thought into her mind. She would go out and look at small suburban houses and see if Phil were right, and whether he knew what he was talking about. She hated to spend the money for even such inexpensive trips, but perhaps the end would justify the means. For 4 successive days, she sneaked off immediately after luncheon and did not return until dinner time. She went by train, she went by boat, she went by trolley, and in the end, she was convinced that Phil was right. Beautiful houses there were, but, naturally, she didn't even look at them. Modest houses there were, and their prices were stupendous. Little houses there were, and they were both unattractive and inconvenient. In the newest settlements, nearly all the trees had been sacrificed, and in consequence the chief beauty was gone. Alison gazed on incredibly small parallelograms, bare as the palm of her hand, marked out by stakes, and fabulously priced. No offers of easy terms of payment could tempt any sensible person to overlook their glaring disadvantages. Leaving plots, at which she had looked only because of the agent's forceful personality, she turned her eyes on houses. Small they were, inconvenient, claptrap, badly built, standing unshaded in the sun, and with piazzas and rooms the size of a thimble. One agent had a house that possessed a singular advantage that he had never seen duplicated. The kitchen held 2 stationary tubs, there being no separate laundry. Either of these tubs could equally well be used as a dishpan, because of its situation in the kitchen. A butler's pantry then became as superfluous as a laundry, and between the tubs there was a removable partition. When it was taken out, the 2 tubs were thrown into one and became a servant's bathtub. A wonderful scheme. In the new sections, sidewalks existed in the imagination only, although signboards bore the names of streets which, in their present form, were nothing but tracts of coarse grass. In the older settlements and the villages, sidewalks and streets there were indeed, but they were unlovely. Cheap houses and cheaper shops jostled each other for position. Curbs were bordered with refuse barrels and lunch wagons. Vendors of peanuts and hokey-pokey called their wares and trundled their wagons. Trolley cars creaked past, whistles blew from factories, and the answering crowds were nearly all dirty, starved-looking, wild-faced foreigners. Garish saloons invited, and staggering examples of their hospitality zigzagged from gutters to walls and back again. Country peace indeed. Alison made humorous confession to her husband of her explorations, and that ended the talk of a home in the country. One night in late April, Alison woke suddenly to the consciousness of odd sounds. She looked around and saw that she was alone in the room. Raising herself on her elbow, she listened intently. There was certainly someone in the living room. She could hear a stealthy tread. Perhaps it was Phil. If so, he would soon come in and join her. She waited and waited, but he did not come, and the sounds did not cease. And presently, the first pale rays of dawn began to mitigate the darkness. The girl could stand it no longer. Rising, she slipped into dressing gown and mules, and made her way toward the living room. All the way down the hall she could hear that steady muffled tread. She was not exactly afraid, but she was trembling violently. The thought crossed her mind that she must some day buy a revolver and learn to use it. Stopping at the living room door, she looked in. The tramping man was her husband, but she hardly recognized him. White to greenness, haggard, wild-eyed, disheveled, he paced back and forth, biting his finger ends and staring into space. " Phil," she whispered, for her voice failed her. " Phil, what is the matter? " He stood and faced her. For a long spell he didn't seem even to recognize her. Finally he spoke through lips that moved stiffly. " How much money have you? " he asked. At first she thought that she could not have heard aright, but he repeated the question in the same dull monotone. " How much money have you? "" In the house, do you mean? " she finally asked. " No, anywhere, in the whole world. How much cash can you lay your hands on by to night? "" How much do you need? " $1,600. " I haven't anything like it." A spasm passed over his face, and he resumed his restless march. "What do you want with it, Phil? I have to have it. It's the money or prison, or the river. Are you in debt? Yes. How? Roulette." At the word, a lightning flash illumined the past to Alison. How had she ever been so blind? Those restless early evenings and mysterious late nights. Roulette. Those lazy days and hopes of sudden windfalls. Roulette. Those good days when they ate expensively, and bad days when they ate cheaply. Roulette. Those uncertain fits of temper, sometimes uproariously jovial, oftener morosely silent and abstracted. Roulette. With it all, there was one tiny touch of relief. Her husband had not been spending his evenings with other women. And in this she was right. Although no Joseph, Phil Howland would always find women to be the least of his temptations. He was no squire of dames. The tale came out bit by bit. He had borrowed till he had no further credit. He had given his note, which must be met to-morrow. Last night, hoping to make a big haul and recoup himself, he had gambled all night and had lost heavily. He must have $1,600 in about 12 hours. " Wait a moment," said Alison, and hurried toward the bedroom. They had been eating at home of late, and eating lightly, because the spring had affected both their appetites. She had consequently been stuffing a number of bills into her secret box. Every little helps, and it behooved them to take stock of their entire hoard of worldly wealth. Her drawer was neat as always. She put her hand under the pile of smooth-lying lingerie and drew forth her box. Immediately she was struck with its lightness. She shook it, and it made no sound. With trembling fingers, she undid the ribbons. The box was empty. A thief! So Phil was both a gambler and a thief. The words sang in her ears. Gambler, thief. Gambler, thief. Gambler, thief. Well, there wasn't anything else now. Everything that could happen to her had happened. Every blow had fallen. Every hope had failed. There was nothing left to come. She, Alison Terry, had drained life's cup to the dregs. She could never suffer any more, because her capacity for suffering was exhausted. Just as a man struck down by the hand of an assassin might, in his last conscious moment, say to himself, " Well, I'm gone, but I can never be murdered again," so did Alison Howland feel sure that she had struck bottom in the pit of despair. Returning to the living room with the box in her hand, she stood before her husband. " You took this? "" Yes." " And it is gone? "" Yes, everything is gone. There is no use in talking. Just tell me how much money you can lay your hands on." " I have $600 of my wedding money lying in the bank." " What else? "" My quarterly allowance was paid 10 days ago. $375. 25 of it is already spent. The rent will be due next week, and we haven't another penny to live on, from now to July, except what your father sends. We'll have to get along somehow. You cannot have all of it. We simply must pay the rent and keep a little something for food. I'll give you 200 of that, which will be 800 altogether. And what about the other 8? I don't know. You'll have to wire your family for it. I will never do that. Nothing would make me consider it. Gertrude, you and she are such pals. You'd take Ken's money under existing conditions? By God," he burst out, " I'd take anyone's. Wake up, Al. I simply have to have this money. At once. Even if I steal to get it, I must have it." She shivered at that word. " Can't you borrow from some of your friends? "" I've been doing that all winter. Ferriss shut down on me weeks ago. Even Al Keppner won't go any further." " Then you'll have to sell something. What about your watch? "" Gone already." The upshot of it was that they decided to sell some of their wedding gifts. But these would not make up the sum. Then Alison had a flash of inspiration. " My pendant," she said. " That one that Aunt Juliette sent me. It is set with diamonds and a very good-sized sapphire. It has never been worn. It is in Cartier's case. And Gertrude tells me that Cartier is one of the biggest jewelers in Paris. You could take that down to Tiffany's." " The very thing." The blood was coming back to his face now. He glimpsed salvation. " Go and get it, Al, and let's take a look at it." When she returned to the room, she carried a small box and a book. " Philippse Howland," she said in a queer, breathless voice, " I want you to listen to me. Every cent that you can hope for is mine. So is the quarterly allowance. You cannot possibly draw on it without my check. The wedding gifts are mine. This pendant is mine. You are not at liberty to sell it without my consent. Now hear what I say. Not one penny, not one article do you get till you give me your word of honor that you will never gamble again as long as you live. You are to swear it on this book." That was her ultimatum. Threats, curses, evasions, pleas, fell on deaf ears. And in the end, the man being both weak and desperate, of course she won. It was a strange scene. The spring dawn creeping in at the windows, the haggard man clutching at his reprieve, the tall, pale girl with unbound hair and slippered feet, and the oath on that little morocco-bound Bible which had been Alison's confirmation gift. To her dying day, Alison Howland never forgot that April morning. Of course, a summer in Coningsboro was out of the question now. Phil wouldn't go. She couldn't leave him. And, strangest phase of all, she didn't want to see those dear home people face to face yet awhile. She knew that she couldn't act her part. She had her hands full enough in the ensuing weeks. She and Phil had to live on next to nothing. Milk and biscuits made meal after meal. And Phil had to be watched, and coaxed, and scolded, and threatened. The evenings were awful. She used to go to bed exhausted every night of her life. By June, it had told on her so much that she could hardly drag around. She used to stand at the foot of the flight of stairs and wonder how she could ever toil up to the top. She went out only when she was forced to. And at last things got so bad that she realized that, in spite of the expense, she would have to see a doctor. When she returned from the trip, she looked rather frightened, and that night she had something to tell her husband. She wondered what he would say. What he did say was this: "Damnation! Well, of course, there's only one thing to be done, and even that is devilishly expensive." When Philippse Howland had plunged his wife into what she believed to be the nethermost depths, by showing himself up as a thief and a gambler, there was still one role which he had not filled: murderer. That role, apparently, he had reserved for his wife. She was so stupid about it, so uncomprehending of innuendo, that he had eventually to put the thing much more baldly than he wanted to. And of course it sounded far worse than he intended it should. No scene, even in their rather tumultuous life, had approached the one that ensued. Alison heard that she was a fool, that everyone did it, that they couldn't afford a family. She simply sat with her face so white and frightened, so horror-stricken, that the man before her was forced, eventually, to pause in his flow of logic and argument. Then she spoke. "Never mention this thing again, if you want me to live with you." And the subject was closed. He knew that he might as well reason with a stone as with that white-faced woman. So he left her and went out and drank enough to take the edge off things. Alison, alone, had one of her enlightening mental flashbacks. She remembered Phil's repeated insistence on the fact that no flat in the world would hold more than two. So that was what he had meant. She had been dense indeed. Her dread of the torrid summer months in the city were removed by what seemed to be a miracle, and the hand that performed that miracle was Keppner's. Alison wondered sharply why this man was destined to play so important a part in her life. He it was who had first suggested to her mind that idea of human masks which she could never forget, and back to which she found herself harking so continually. And now it was Keppner again who was to save her from a summer which she had contemplated with such distaste. Keppner had a friend who was about to take a summer course at Columbia. As he lived out in Indiana, he would bring his wife with him to New York, and they wanted an apartment suitable for housekeeping and with large airy rooms. It must be furnished and equipped for home meals. The Howlands' apartment precisely fitted the bill for Mr. and Mrs. Fleitman, and the Fleitmans' money was more than welcome to Mr. and Mrs. Howland, who immediately took rooms at a cheap suburban hotel. This hotel was found by answering advertisements. There were two great requisites from the Howlands' point of view: proximity to New York and cheapness. The latter was the greater. But eventually a place was found that, to the outer eye at least, seemed to meet their requirements. It was used as a boarding school for boys in the winter, and both buildings and grounds were large and attractive. But when it came to a question of food and patrons, it was a very different matter, as Alison discovered in a surprisingly short time after taking up her abode there. We all agree that money is not everything, but if we are honest, we are also forced to admit that it is certainly a great help. Particularly is it useful as a means to meeting pleasant people in a strange place. In a locality where you are known, where perhaps even your ancestors have been known, the length of your purse makes slight difference. If necessary, you could almost scrub floors in a gingham apron, without loss of caste. But in a new place, unless you can live well, you won't meet the people who do live well. It is not that they care more about money than do the folks back home. It is that they will never even know of your existence. Without the money to support an establishment like theirs, to haunt their haunts and tread their paths, you are, generally speaking, powerless to meet them. You can isolate yourself, or you can consort with the regular patrons of inferior resorts, but that is your sole choice. On the other hand, to those who have the money without the more desirable innate qualifications, the path is often just as lonely and as thorny, which only goes to show that no one class of persons has the monopoly on loneliness. The name of the Howlands' new home was Harrington Hall. When they arrived upon the scene, the house was already well filled. Most of the guests had been there during the previous season, and thus knew each other quite well. A crowd of rakish-looking husbands departed by the morning train and returned in the late afternoon. A crowd of lazy wives idled away their days and made resplendent appearances in the evenings. And a crowd of ill-trained, disobedient children overran the place and rendered life hideous. Alison spent her days out of doors or in her own room, but always alone. She was courteous to everyone, but she consorted with no one. Away from the crowd, she employed her time in reading, writing, and sewing little white garments. The finished pile of these grew steadily. In the evenings, when she felt equal to it, she was apt to run into town with Phil and visit some roof garden. Another vista of the hectic summer life of a great city was thus opened to her. But although she made no intimates among her fellow boarders, they gave her much good food for observation and thought. From her window, she could watch them on the lawns and hear them on the piazzas. Many a choice scrap went to swell the entries in her blank books. The mothers of the hotel families belonged to a race hitherto unknown to Alison. They did light laundry work in their bedrooms, and fancy work on the piazzas, and they gossiped, and that was their life. They never read, they never bothered with their children, except to side with them in their quarrels. These juvenile squabbles often resulted in adult tempests. Alison, overhearing the vulgar taunts and jibes, and watching the violent friendships and equally violent hatreds, contrasted these women with her own lovely mother. Then suddenly, as she sat smiling in tender remembrance, there flashed into her brain a new thought. Her mother wore a mask. A smooth, calm, perfectly fitting mask. A mask of tolerance, but still a mask. The more she thought of it, the more she realized it. She had been very quick to repudiate the idea when Keppner first suggested it to her. Well, she had been wrong. It was true. Mustn't her mother often be irritated by vulgarity and pettiness? Not being a fool, she must. Yet imagine her going about, showing on her face every passing disgust. Then masks were not necessarily hypocritical. They might simply be the accoutrements of politeness and decency. That was a new thought. During the summer, Alison wrote so much that she was obliged to ask Phil to buy her a new blank book. And she sewed so much that her trunk carried piles of tiny white garments when she returned to town in October. It was good, after all, to get back to her own home. It never looked more attractive than in contrast to that crude summer boarding house. Alison moved all her sewing things into the little room where she had already established her writing table, and in that room she came to spend more and more of her time. Her outings were taken in the Fifth Avenue buses and on the park benches. She ate at home generally, sometimes alone, sometimes with Phil. Occasionally she even went out to dinner with him. She discovered a wonderful opportunity to hear good music at some free concerts in one of the department stores, and at some church organ recitals. She used to sit with her eyes closed and dream and plan for the future. In December came the news of the birth of Gertrude's little son. He was to be christened Archibald Terry Rawle, and called by his middle name. Mrs. Terry's letters were nothing short of rhapsodies, and Alison could see that the little newcomer was the king of the household. Gertrude wrote a few lines to say that she was beatifically happy, and that she could hardly wait to show her darling to his Aunt Alison, and Kenneth wrote several ecstatic pages. It was all very lovely. Mrs. Terry was planning to come down in March to be with her second daughter. Alison dreaded this greatly. She had never told her mother that she kept no servant, and now the truth would have to come out. Phil was sure to be at his worst with a visitor, and Mrs. Terry would be none too comfortably lodged in the little sewing room, which would have to be converted into a bedroom during her stay. Alison wrote that she feared for her mother's comfort, that she herself was perfectly well, and that she was going to a hospital in March. But Mrs. Terry replied that she could not be happy away from her daughter. However, man proposes and God disposes. Late in February, Mr. Terry slipped on the ice and broke his right arm, and thus put an end to all thought of his wife's leaving him. She would have been surprised if she could have known of her daughter's relief. Alison Howland's little son was born in March, and as she cuddled the tiny form in her arms and held it to her breast, she knew that life was good. This, her son, should be her crown of content and her blessing. Over and over again, she whispered prayers of gratitude that so great a gift had come to her. As she lay looking down at that tiny fuzzy head with the funny little palpitating soft spot in its crown, as she felt those baby hands clasping her fingers and saw the vague baby eyes blinking up into hers, she realized at last what happiness meant. End of Book 2, Chapter 6. Book 2, Chapter 7 of The Mask by Florence Irwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mother and baby returned home in April, and a reconstructed menage became a necessity. A servant must be found, because Alison's time was entirely taken up with her baby. She could not undertake the cooking and the housework. 3 or 4 miserable slatterns followed each other in quick succession. Alison tried the kind that stayed in the house and the kind that went home every night. All her experiments were equally unsuccessful, and she was nearly at her wits' end. The difficulty of getting the baby carriage up and down stairs was another unforeseen inconvenience. Alison wheeled her son out for a couple of hours every day. Phil was fond of his child in a queer, awkward, half shamefaced way, but it would have been too much to expect him to be fond of broken nights and fretful hours, and little garments drying on clothes horses. He took to sleeping on a couch in the living room, but even with closed doors, the sound of a crying spell would penetrate to him, and the wakeful early mornings were particularly trying. "When he gets a little older," said the baby's father, "it won't be so bad. When do they stop crying at nights and begin to talk and walk?" "Talk and walk? You foolish boy," answered the baby's mother. " Not for ages yet. But I don't think the crying keeps up very long. Anyhow, he scarcely cries at all compared with most babies. He's a perfect darling. Phil, I want to talk to you about his name." "Yes, I suppose he must have one." " I want to name him for your father." "What? Enoch? Why, Al, that would be simply a crime." " Well, perhaps we could use his middle name, as Gertrude does with her baby, and it would make your father so happy." " Yes, I suppose it would. But his happiness wouldn't last more than a few years, and the baby would be saddled with that name for life." " What would you like to name him? I hadn't thought anything about it. What's the matter with my name? It always seemed pretty good to me. Isn't it usual to name the first son for his father? Why, if you want it, I think it would be lovely. It's a beautiful name. Enoch does seem pretty bad for a child. Our son shall be Philippse Howland, Jr." The servant problem proving almost insurmountable, and a summer in a torrid city being a poor outlook for little Philippse, it was eventually decided that Alison and the baby should spend the warm months in Coningsboro. Great was the joy at St. Mary's Rectory when this decision was announced. It reached even to the kitchen, and the faces of Ellen and Delia beamed with smiles as they spread the happy news that Miss Alison was coming home with her baby to stay all summer. Phil wouldn't go. He promised to come up for them in September or October, and he promised many other things as well. He and Alison had a long and serious talk before her departure. It was the nicest talk they had had for many a day. And at its conclusion, Phil rose and, crossing to his wife's side, kissed her forehead. " Al, you're a trump," he said. That was all. But for him it was much. End of Book 2, Chapter 7. Book 2, Chapter 8 of The Mask by Florence Irwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. One summer morning, Alison sat bathing her baby. It was a daily function that was attended by the entire household of St. Mary's Rectory, save and except Mr. Terry, and even he often looked in. Mrs. Terry was always present, and Ella and Delia wouldn't have missed it for anything in the world. They were even jealous of the young nursemaid who had been engaged for the summer, but who really didn't belong, according to their ideas. They merely tolerated her. " Mother, Baby is crazy to come to you," laughed Alison. " Just look at him. I shall be jealous soon." " Granny's own precious boy," cooed Mrs. Terry. " Did you ever see anything like the way he has grown, Alison? "" Look at his little legs. Ain't they strong? " chimed in Ellen. " Here's the towel, Miss Alison. It's a shame to take him out, he loves it so." Mrs. Terry followed her daughter into the shaded bedroom where the young lord of the household had his morning meal and his nap. The baby, his mother, and his grandmother all loved this quiet hour. Alison sat looking down at the child at her breast, her face the picture of content, and Mrs. Terry sat looking at her child, and her child's child, and feeling that all was well, indeed. " You are happy, aren't you, dear? " she presently asked. " Oh, so happy. Mother. It's a wonderful sort of happiness, isn't it? So special and different. But I'm afraid I've never really appreciated you before. You never understand about a mother's feelings and hopes and fears until you have a child of your own, do you?" " Dearest," breathed Mrs. Terry, " to me the great proof of your happiness is the way that you have softened. I'll tell you now, my child, that sometimes I feared for you. Not that I doubted Phil's love for you or yours for him, but we knew so little of him, and he had led such a strange life, away from all home ties, and in those Bohemian surroundings. And you, yourself, were rather intolerant of those things which called forth your disapproval. I feared there might be trouble, but I can see now how wrong I was to worry. Marriage has done much for you. You are gentler, less positive in your judgments. Your married life has evidently been a great softener. And I am sure you are much happier than in the old days even, aren't you, dear?" For a fraction of a second, Alison did not reply. Then, touching with a light finger the rose-leaf cheek of her son, " Yes, Mother," she said gravely. And at the words, with an absolute physical sensation, she felt the clamp of a mask on her face. It was so acute that she almost put up her hand to touch it. So it had come to this. She, Alison Terry, had assumed as thick and impenetrable a mask as she could muster, and was wearing it in the presence of her own mother. All her life, she supposed, she would continue to wear it. Her mind raced back over the knowledge and experience that she had collected in the past 18 months. What would her mother say if she could peep into her own daughter's heart? What would she think? Alison knew that she possessed more worldly knowledge than her mother would ever possess, that she had already passed through more startling and sordid experiences than Mrs. Terry could even imagine, and that the recounting of them would always be an impossibility. Both listener and speaker would feel ashamed and polluted. There was no help for it. She had not courted the experiences. Gladly would she have shunned them, had she been free to choose. They were forced on her. She had to learn, she had to see, she had to know. Past experiences could not be wiped out by present confession, and present confession would be impotent to mitigate suffering. Rather, it would inflict. It was barred as an impossibility. And the alternative was a mask. With a long, sighing breath, she accepted her new possession together with its responsibilities. Softened. Tolerant. She, softened and grown tolerant? Ferriss wouldn't think so. Nor Keppner. Nor even Phil himself, she feared. Sitting there in the quiet, in the clean, sweet air of her girlhood home, away from the rushing roar of New York's seething maelstrom, she was able to think clearly, to measure, and to weigh. Mrs. Terry rose, in answer to a light tap at the door, and with a nod of farewell, tiptoed from the room. And Alison was left to her reflections. Have you ever, dear reader of mine, have you ever lain convalescing from an illness, weak and spent, but with the knowledge that recovery was on the way? Have you gazed around your darkened chamber, where no bright light penetrated and every footfall was muffled? Have you listened to the far-away roar and din of the street, and to the sounds of natural life in the distant parts of the house, and realized that some day you must be back in the thick of it? Some day. Your temporary seclusion ended, its measures and values forgotten, you will be out again in the noise and the glare, struggling and pushing with the rest. Where, then, will be the sick-room standards and proportions? Where will be the resolutions against rush and contamination and strain? They may be right, they may be clear-visioned and cleaner purposed than the standards of the whirligig, but they'll have to go, or at least be modified. They won't measure up against the demands of the ordinary work-a-day world. And that's the rub. So Alison, sitting in the hushed room, in the peaceful house, in the quiet village, looked back upon New York. Some day she would return, and when she did, she must inevitably make her methods conform to the exigencies of the life that she found. It was all right to make unbreakable rules in Coningsboro, provided you were going to stay in Coningsboro. But other places, other manners. And since you could not demand that some 4,000,000 souls should immediately regulate their lives to your standards, it followed that you, the newcomer in their midst, must inevitably be the one to accommodate yourself to necessity. For the first time, Alison looked at her husband's past through her husband's eyes, and this is what she saw. A child born with certain brilliant gifts inherited from his father, and certain weak characteristics inherited from his mother. A stern and autocratic father developing into a fierce tyrant. A little coward who could no more help lying when frightened than he could help falling when tripped. As a half-blind child should be led gently by the hand until time heals his infirmity, and fullness of vision renders him capable of taking care of himself, so should this moral weakling have been trained by love instead of fear. Alison, looking back, could imagine it all. The weak boy seeking shelter behind his mother, that mother striving to shield him, and the tyrant they feared denouncing them both. Inevitable was the break and the subsequent separation. She could see, too, that Phil and his father both thought they spoke truly, when each accused the other of breaking Mrs. Howland's heart. Phil actually believed that his father had done it. Judge Howland was equally convinced that his son had done it. The chances were that it was a joint affair, and that neither father nor son could point an accusing finger at the other. Phil, adrift, forced to support himself, ill-equipped by character and training for the task, had reached a mediocre level. He had done as those around him had done. Their standards came to be his standards. They seemed all right to him, and anyone who was shocked by them was a prig. Then, as a climax, he had married one of these prigs, and had taken her to the only surroundings to which he could possibly have taken her. They were all that he had. And she, once arrived, had disliked his friends, disliked his habits, disliked his thoughts, disliked his life. She had expected him to tread the path that she, with her Coningsboro ideas, had chosen as ideal. She had had too little sympathy for his shortcomings. She had married a barnyard fowl and had demanded that he soar with her into the faraway ether of spiritual fancy. And he, together with the rest of the barnyard fowls, had looked upon her with uncomprehending eyes. To them, she was attractive but exotic, distinctly not their kind. Poor Phil! For the first time since her marriage, she said the words. Poor Phil! But why had he chosen her for his wife? That was the one weak link in the chain. She had chosen with eyes that were blindfolded. Also, she had gone because she thought that she was needed. But her husband's choice remained a mystery. Well, he had chosen, and so had she. And that being the case, it behooved them both to make the best of it. Phil certainly had his gifts. If you buy a cherry tree, you don't expect it to bear cherries and peaches and apples and plums. You cannot have every variety of luscious fruit on the same tree. Be content if your cherry tree bears you a goodly crop of its own particular fruit, and don't sigh for all the other harvests that you never had any right to demand. Life, after all, was a wonderful, a miraculous gift. No one, except its owner, could really spoil it. The acts of others, important as they might sometimes seem, could never be vital as one's own acts were vital. They would always be extraneous matters. The world was full of interest and opportunity, and of love to seek and to give. Hearts might be sad and lonely, but, as long as life lasted, there was always hope ahead. And above, there was faith, there was God. Alison rose and carried the now sleeping child to his crib. As she bent over the little form, she resolved that her son should be so trained that he should be her crown of joy, and she whispered a prayer for guidance. Downstairs, Gertrude was waiting to carry her off. The motor would return later for little Philippse and his nurse, and they could all come home together in the late afternoon. Ken had gone to the city for the day, and Gertrude was so lonely without him that she must have company. Besides which, she would rather be with her sister Alison than with anyone in the world, save her husband and her son. In the old days, Alison used to think, together with most persons, that nothing could be more beautiful than Gertrude Terry. Gertrude Rawle proved the fallacy of this belief. Her dazzling loveliness threw her maiden beauty quite into the shade. Even a plain woman may be transformed by happiness, and Gertrude's happiness was absolute. As she and Alison drove through the wide, shady streets of Coningsboro, every foot of ground recalled some old memory. Since Alison's return, not a day had passed without a meeting of these two sisters, and yet they were never talked out. "There's the corner where I first met Ken face to face and talked to him," said Gertrude. "He was in riding clothes. Did I tell you that I am to have riding lessons? He is devoted to horses, so we are to ride together. Do you know, Gertsie, everything looks so different to me that it doesn't seem possible that I have been away less than 2 years. I don't notice it so much at home. The rectory and church are just the same as ever. But even there, I keep measuring up their ideas of life, which were my own former ones, against things as they really are, out in the world." " I know," responded Gertrude, nodding her head. " It is not the same thing at all." " Was our innocent preparation for life good or bad, do you think? Of course, it was not adequate. But in the case of your own children, would you let them think everything was ideal until their eyes were opened by force? Or would you pull their eyes open yourself in order to save them a later shock? " asked Alison. " I should do precisely as Mother and Father did. Keep them entirely innocent of evil just as long as possible." " I knew you would say that," cried Alison joyfully. " So should I. In the first place, they have those happy years, and in the second place, I'm sure that the effect of them is never lost. In some mysterious way, it is a permanent safeguard. Don't you think so? I know it. The longer your acquaintance with evil, the less evil it seems." " Exactly. There was a time when I thought that I had been unfairly treated by being wilfully blinded. Now I know that it was best. And what is more, Gertsie, Mother and Father don't know half as much about the world as we do ourselves. That's the exact point. I find myself constantly on guard before them, for fear I may thoughtlessly wound them or shock them." Gertrude's mask, then, was discarded in her own home, but assumed in the home of her parents. Then they fell to talking of lighter things. " The streets," said Alison, " look the same, and yet not the same. They are just as wide and just as shady, but there is a different air about them. I don't suppose you notice it, because you weren't away from them so long." " Indeed, I did notice it. Even after a 3 months' absence, I felt it. Do you see how many motors there are now? "" I know. It's perfectly remarkable. They are flying all over the place. The Russells started that. Unless, indeed, we did. But Lila and her mother couldn't rest until they had one. And then it seemed no time at all until the whole place had followed suit." " Poor Elsa." It's awfully hard on her. Roscoe can't afford one, and she feels it so." At the mention of Elsa's name, a shade passed over Alison's face, but she said nothing. " Here is the new country club," continued Gertrude. " That is the greatest innovation of all. Nearly every party is given there now. Roscoe is crazy over golf. I wish Elsa would take it up. I wish she would. It would give them that interest in common. Lila Russell says that Ros spends most of his evenings at that other new club, the men's club." Gertrude turned and her eyes met Alison's. Then she nodded, and there was a little silence. " Here we are," cried the younger sister presently. " And there's my darling. Bring him here, Nannie, and let him speak to his Aunt Alison." Gertrude's son was now nearly 7 months old, and no little prince of royal blood was ever more feted and petted. His parents, his little step-brother and step-sister, and every servant in the establishment, all worshipped at his shrine. A staid Englishwoman in nurse's livery brought him over to receive his aunt's homage, and he cooed and smiled and gurgled, just as if he knew all about his own importance and rejoiced in it. " How beautiful your home is, Gertrude dear," said Alison. " Have you a single care in the whole world? "" Not one, unless you'd call little Kenny's temper a care. I'm making it my special care now, and I'm sure he'll come out all right in a year or two. He's been horribly spoiled, you know. Left to nurses and given everything that money could buy. You should just have seen him when anything displeased him. He would clench his little fists, and his whole face would be convulsed with passion. I'm teaching him to control his impatience, and in time I'm sure his temper fits will be gone." So little Ken, aged 6½, was already being fitted to a mask. A necessary one, to be sure. But what a baby he seemed to have one of any kind. " How about Dodo? " asked Alison. " She's the sweetest child in the world. I don't believe she has a fault. But her extreme sensitiveness will make her miserable unless she learns to control it. And she is learning. She's trying hard not to give way to every feeling." Another baby mask. After luncheon, the two sisters went out on to one of the beautiful furnished piazzas for their coffee. Alison, looking across the velvety sward and at the wonderful old trees, breathed a sigh of content. Her own son and Gertrude's son were being wheeled by their respective nurses into the shadows for an afternoon airing. Dodo and Kenny rode off on their ponies in charge of the groom, blowing farewell kisses to their new mother and their Aunt Alison. All was peace and happiness. " How I should love to have a country home," sighed the New York prisoner. " Why don't you? There are lovely homes outside of New York. Ken says Morristown is charming, but that he himself would rather live up the Hudson. Why don't you move out there somewhere? "" We can't afford it," replied Alison. " Oh, can't you? What a shame. I supposed Phil had quite a big income. He grew so famous with his Inca and his mountebanks." " An author's income," responded Alison carefully, " is variable. It is too uncertain to warrant anything but a very average expenditure. It is not like a settled income, or even like a salary. And then, New York is so horribly expensive. You can't do nearly as much there on a given sum as you can in other places." " Yes, of course. I suppose that if Phil lived up to his highest earnings, he'd get into trouble when times weren't so good. So in good times, he must always be saving towards those that are less prosperous." " Precisely. Payments are so irregular." " I see. It must be awfully interesting to have Phil read his work to you before he sends it out. And you are so clever. You are surely a great help to him." " He doesn't need my help. His style is wonderful," said Phil's wife. " Oh, Gertsie," she went on impulsively, " there is something that I wish you'd get Ken to do for me. Gertrude looked up with a quick look of comprehension. " I know. He must. He will. It's all wrong that our husbands should not be on good terms. I'll manage Ken, and you must manage Phil. Phil will have to come halfway." " Of course," said Alison. " You see, we may be in New York quite a bit next winter, and it would be too horrid not to have everything nice and smooth between them." "In New York? You and Ken?" Alison tried to speak enthusiastically. " Yes. I'm not sure, though. We're not going to stay in the country, anyhow. Mother and Father don't know that yet, and I hate to break it to them. We shall still keep this place for the summers, but the children are quite well and strong now, and they should be at school with other children of their age. And Ken is wild to take me out in society. He is so foolish, dear old thing. He says he wants to exhibit me. So we are planning to open the town house and entertain a lot. And we are going South. But probably we shall be in New York off and on." " You lucky girl," said Alison. " I don't envy you your parties in town, but I do most awfully envy you the chance to travel." " My dear, you must do it, the minute your baby is old enough. It's the most wonderful thing in the world. And with your mind, you'd see things that I'd never see. Allie, I wish Elsa could travel. Just enough to get out of the rut she's fallen in. She seems to think that it matters such a lot whether she sits on her hostess right or left at a Coningsboro luncheon party. And she isn't a bit happy. She'll end by making a mess of her life. They say that Ros is away from home a lot, and it's almost certainly Elsa's fault if he is. For you know how perfectly devoted he used to be to her. I wish you'd talk to Elsa. She wouldn't take advice from me. You remember we used to rub each other somewhat in the old rectory days. And now that I have so much more worldly gear, Elsa simply can't stand me. Oh, Gertrude, don't say such things." " It's true. Before we've talked 10 minutes, she's on edge. And I'm perfectly certain it isn't my fault. It never happens between me and anyone else in the world, and it constantly happens between Elsa and others. I know that I could never make her believe that I regard my money as the least of my blessings. You talk to her about things, won't you?" " Yes, I will," promised Alison. " I am lunching there to morrow, just alone with Elsa, and I'll try to make an opportunity. There's another thing," pursued Gertrude rather slowly. " I do wish Elsa were fonder of children. Ros adores them so. He nearly eats Terry up every time he comes out here. And Elsa always seems to take it as a personal insult. And then Mother and Father adore the babies so. When you're gone, and I'm gone, I don't know what in the world they'll do." And then a carload of visitors arrived and ended sisterly confidences. End of Book 2, Chapter 8. Book 2, Chapter 9 of The Mask by Florence Irwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Elsa Bartow's greeting to her sister the next day was not auspicious. " You'll find it very different here from what it is at Gertrude's," she said. " I have the simplest of homes, and no motor to send for my guests." Her voice had taken on an edge that was not pleasant. Her girlhood voice had been rather sweet. " I'm quite used to walking," smiled Alison. " I have no motor either." " No, but New York is full of public conveyances." " I use none except the street cars and the buses. Cousin Mary Gansevoort and Kathleen Mortimer used to offer me their carriages and motors, but I got to declining them because it counted up so, to keep tipping." " Why, Alison," said her sister, " you talk as if you were poor." " I am," answered Alison cheerfully. " Quite the poorest of the 3 Terry girls, in spite of the fact that I was once called an heiress." This rather took the wind out of Elsa's sails. " You're joking, of course," she remarked feebly. " I wish I were. Look here, Elsa, I'm going to take you into my confidence. I shall tell you a few things that I've never told to anyone else, but I want your promise never to repeat them. It's not that I'm ashamed of them, but, in the first place, they would worry the family. In the second place, it's no one's business how much or how little Phil and I spend. And in the third place, Coningsboro minds could not grasp New York prices. Then she told about the uncertainty of an author's income, the necessity of saving up for a rainy day, and the awful expense of everything in New York. For instance, she concluded, to live as you live would cost us 3 or 4 times what it costs you. What do you pay your servant? My one poor servant? Said Elsa. I pay her 4.5 a week. And she does everything? Yes, practically everything. Well, in New York, she wouldn't touch the washing, nor the ironing, nor the furnace, and you'd pay her at least $35 a month. To that, you'd have to add your laundry, and the services of a furnace man. Food is higher, rent is higher, taxes are higher, everything is higher. Elsa looked rather crestfallen. She had not the sole option on poverty after all. And you actually pay your maid $35 a month? She asked. Elsa, I have your promise not to repeat a word that I say to you. Not to any living soul? Certainly. I've never kept a servant in my life, except for 1 month after my baby was born. Alison! It is true. Who did your work? I had a charwoman once a week. We usually ate our dinners in a restaurant, and the rest of the work I did myself. Alison! It's perfectly true. At this moment, the comfortable-looking middle-aged maid came to announce luncheon, which was very dainty and charmingly served. The frequent entrances of this woman forced the conversation into less personal channels until it was resumed later in Elsa's pretty boudoir. That afternoon's talk between the two sisters had much to do with a change in Elsa Bartow's way of life. Just how much, she probably never realized. She was at the precise point where she needed a jolt. Constantly comparing her lot with that of her brilliant and lucky younger sister, she was in strong danger of developing a wishbone in place of a backbone. At the end of some 2 hours, Alison rose to go. Now, Elsa, she said, I want you to promise me to stop fretting yourself to death. And do take up golf, no matter whether you hate it or not. Use it as a means to an end. It will take you out of yourself and give you a new interest. And it will be simply lovely for you and Roscoe to play together. I'd be a perfect dub at it. Never you mind what you are. Every one here is beginning. You won't feel awkward. And the less you know, the more there'll be for Roz to show you. Gertrude is going to learn to ride, just to please Ken. Oh, Gertrude. She loves exercise anyhow, and she knows how stunning she'll look on a horse. That's not the reason at all, Elsa dear. She wants to do the things that Ken enjoys. She never lets down. She loves him so much and so wisely that she is constantly trying to make herself attractive to him. She doesn't sit down and rest just because she has got him. There's one thing about Gertrude that makes me tired. The way she flaunts that baby of hers. Oh, Elsa dear, how can you say such things? Gertrude doesn't flaunt it. If she did, it would not be a crime. A baby is a possession that nearly any young wife may have if she wants it. It is a wonderful possession, too. Take my word for that. A wonderful possession if you can give it an English maid, and every known luxury, and drive it around in carriages and motors, and a wonderful possession whether you can give it such things or not. If you have to bathe and dress your own child, and wheel his coach yourself, and sit up with him when he cries at night, your child is still the most priceless treasure that you can possibly have. Goodbye, dear. I've had a lovely time. I hope I'm not going home to envy you this darling house of yours. As Alison walked down the sun-flecked street, her sister went back into the shaded library and sat down. and presently she was lost in a brown study that lasted until her husband came home. If Alison Howland had needed corroboration of her statement that little Philippse was a priceless treasure, it could have been supplied by appeal to Judge Howland and Aunt Debbie. They idolized the boy. Every day the old Howland carriage came around to take Alison and the baby for an airing. Sometimes the Judge went with them, sometimes not. It depended upon whether business kept him in the office. But whenever the little grandson came to his grandfather's house, he found his host at home, waiting to be his slave. The old man's face would soften till one could wonder if it had ever really been fierce. Aunt Debbie haunted up every old toy the attic contained, and she spent her days knitting jackets and leggings for use in the coming winter. " You'll coddle him to death," the grandfather growled. But Aunt Debbie's face showed plainly that she was happier than she had been for years. Watching the group, the words flashed into Alison's mind, "And a little child shall lead them." She made up her mind that those baby hands should lead father and grandfather to a speedy reconciliation. In the Judge's carriage, behind his fat, lazy bays, she revisited all the old scenes. She passed the hills where she and Phil had watched the winter sunset across the snow. Maybe, after all, he had truly felt those words about the kingdom of purity. Perhaps it was something better than mere eloquence. He might, like the rest of the world, find it hard to strike a balance between precept and practice. He might be a little weaker than some others when it came to the pinch. But if he had the feelings and the perception, that surely was something. One afternoon, Alison sat in the carriage looking out over a view that she used to consider the most beautiful that she had ever seen. And it was beautiful. But gazing, she knew beyond doubt that never again could Coningsboro life satisfy her. She had grown. She had outgrown. And the pain that attended the process had, perhaps, been her growing pain. She could look at the view with the same appreciation as of yore, but she could never be content with it for the same length of time. Inevitably there would come the realization that somewhere life was throbbing, and with the realization would be the restless longing to be in the thick of it. There was too much to do, too much to learn, too much to see, to allow beautiful views to form a permanent diet. She didn't envy Elsa anything. She didn't envy Gertrude anything but her ability to travel and her perfect happiness. And as for the travel, it was coming some day. No, she honestly didn't know a single soul with whom she would be willing to change places. Why, then, should she be pitied? By herself or anyone else? About one thing, however, she did feel serious concern. She could not fail to notice the curtailment of expenditure in Judge Howland's household. The simpler fare, the absence of a second maid. She was sure that Phil's allowance necessitated it, and the conviction caused her a sharp pang. She and Phil must manage to get along without that money just as soon as they possibly could. Just now, because of the baby, she didn't see how it could be done, but it was an object for which she must constantly strive. Oh, if only Phil could make more money! If only she could make some herself! When Phil came up in late September, he stayed some 10 days. He entered his father's house again, just as though there had never been any break, and he was welcomed, not received on tolerance. No one but Alison ever knew what tact and persistence had been necessary to bring Phil to this point. To the Rawles' also he went, to the great delight of both Gertrude and Alison. As Kenneth Rawle liked everything that made his wife happy, it is fair to assume that the healed breach gave him pleasure too. In fact, it was quite a wrench when the Howlands took themselves off in early October. The summer had been one of life's successes. Mrs. Terry insisted on preparing a luncheon basket to tide over the homecoming. "You'll find nothing waiting for you," she reminded them. "Delia and Ellen have been so happy in getting this ready. And here is a postal, Alison dear, that I want you to mail the moment you reach New York. I have addressed it to myself. It will let me know that you have arrived safely, and you can take your time about writing. The baby will give you enough to do. I wish you would take a maid down with you." "No, no, Mother dear. I really don't need one for the trip. The food, though, will be lovely to have for our first meal at home. And I won't forget to mail the postal." The baby, fortunately, still depended on his mother for his meals, so the inconveniences of going back to an empty apartment were reduced to a minimum. End of Book 2, Chapter 9. Book 2, Chapter 10 of The Mask by Florence Irwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Howlands reached Jersey City just as the October night was falling. Alison kept thinking of that other October evening, exactly 2 years ago, when she had seen New York for the first time. The trip had been warm and tiresome, and they were glad to stand outside while crossing the river. The front deck being crowded, they betook themselves to the after deck and had it all to themselves. Not a soul was in sight. The moon was just rising and gilding a path across the swiftly flowing water. A slight breeze that had sprung up fanned their faces gratefully. Alison leaned against the rail, clasping her son in her arms, while Phil arranged their various pieces of hand luggage around him on the floor. "Give me the little fellow," he said. "Gad, how he's grown. He's really heavy, isn't he?" "Yes, and awfully strong. His little spine is just like steel. Hold him tight, dear. He gives such sudden twists." As they drew nearer New York, Alison began to be assailed by doubts. She couldn't help remembering those horrible spring weeks when she had been unable to find a decent servant, and when everything had been upside down. Of course, the baby was older now. The broken nights were a thing of the past. But the older he grew, the more constant watching he needed. You couldn't just put him down and let him sleep by the hour. In the rectory, everything had gone smoothly. But there, good servants were always at one's beck and call. Everything ran as on greased wheels. No one was hurried or worried. And in consequence, no one was irritable. Alison stood with her face turned toward the moonlit sky. No one spoke. Becoming vaguely conscious of a movement at her side, the young wife turned and saw her husband supporting the baby on the rail, while he prepared to shift the weight from one arm to the other. She had just opened her lips to say, "Take care, dear," when a puff of wind blew Phil's hat from his head. Instinctively, he raised his hand to seize it, and in one sickening half-second, the horrible thing had happened. There was a lurch, a little form falling backwards, a wild clutch and cry from Alison, a sharp baby scream, and then nothing but the wake of frothy water, beaten into soapsuds by the boat's paddle wheel. That, and the swiftly rushing, seaward flowing current of the river. Alison felt herself sinking, while millions of hammers began to beat in her brain. For a lightning flash, she seemed to know nothing, and then she saw her husband, white, wild-eyed, hatless, preparing to jump into the water. The sight restored her tottering reason. Instantly she realized the futility of effort. Not its risk, but its absolute futility. The moment the thing had happened, it was already too late for rescue. Rescue was impossible. Seizing Phil with both hands, she put forth all her strength to hold him. "Stop it," she whispered, and her breath came in a sharp hiss. "Stop it. You can do nothing. You can't swim. And it is over. Over." And then, without an idea of what she was doing, she began to repeat aloud, "God, let it be over! God, let it be over! God, let it be over!" Together they stood, shaking as in an ague, almost unconscious of time and place. Alison had but one definite thought. No one could help them. So no one must know. They remained thus, paralyzed, until the sounds of clanking chains announced that the boat was nearly in. Presently came the thumping and grinding against the wharf. Horses' feet and heavy drays began to move, and the hurrying rush of human footsteps told that every one would soon be ashore. " Come," said Alison, dragging herself with an effort out of her vague aching numbness. " Come. We must go home." She staggered as she walked. Phil obeyed her as might a person in a trance. Above everything else, there rang in Alison's ears the sound of that one awful baby cry. For years to come, she was destined to hear that cry in the echoing tread of feet and in the moan of the night wind. It would rise to her ears above the noise of crowded streets and the lilt of cadenced song. Like Jeremiah of old, she would long mourn, "Is it nothing to you, all ye that pass by?" Through the boat, across the ferry house, out onto the street, there went a strange couple. In front strode a long-legged, haggard, hatless man, loaded with bundles and blind to all that he passed. In his wake staggered a woman who looked as though she would drop in her tracks, empty-handed except for a child's coat and knitted blanket which hung over her arm. Phil paused near a cab, in a dazed sort of way. " Get in," he said. " Where to? " asked the driver. The wild-looking man stared at him. " I don't know," he answered. " Crazy as a loon," thought the cabby. Alison gave the number, and that was all that either of them remembered till they found themselves, after repeated fumblings at the lock, in their own dark, empty apartment. Without waiting to divest themselves of their wraps, they sank into two chairs and began to cry like a pair of children. And that was their homecoming. Alison was the first to rouse herself. She never knew whether it was after minutes or hours. Not a clock ticked in the apartment. The silence was terrible. There is nothing more appalling than sobrant silence. As to the time, what did it matter? What did anything matter? What was the use of looking at a watch? There was nothing in the world but that awful cry and the awful truth. She got her husband to make a light and to help her build a fire. Just as she raised her hands to take off her hat, a thought struck her and she stopped. " Phil," she said, " we must mail that postal to Mother." He turned his ravaged face on her. " What are you going to do about all of them up there? " he asked. " I don't know. We must think. The first thing is to get this postal off. Then if they don't hear from us for 3 or 4 days, they'll think nothing of it. I can't stay here alone while you go out. We'll go together." Together they went down to the street corner and back. They saw nothing that they passed. Dimly they realized that somewhere there was a city, and a street, and that the street had lights and noises. But the real world, of course, consisted of a horrible stretch of rushing black water, lighted in one narrow path only by the rising moon, and beaten into foam by the passage of a boat. After they had taken off their wraps, they unpacked the luncheon basket and tried to eat. But that was prevented by those strange aching lumps in their throats. It was a useless and wearisome effort. Phil went into the pantry and returned with 2 rather stiff doses of brandy. These they swallowed as one would swallow medicine. Once on his feet, the man seemed restless. He wandered around the room, picking up books and trinkets, gazing at them with unseeing eyes, and then replacing them. At last he sank again into a chair, took his head between his hands, and gazed ahead of him with somber eyes. Alison finally insisted on bed for both of them. The ordinary routine of preparation was a weary drag, but it had to be gone through sometime. Oh, those nights! Those wretched, torturing nights when we seek to drown heartache in sleep, the sleep that won't come, the thoughts and pictures that won't flee. If there is anything worse than daylight for prolonging visions, it is darkness. Exhaustion finally brought fitful slumber. Sleep was an ache. Rousing into semi-consciousness was an ache. Entire wakefulness was the most horrible ache of all. When Alison went in the early morning to prepare her bath, the sight and the sound of the running water almost produced physical nausea. She had to brace herself against it with all her will. The weary day dragged on, followed by other days, scarcely less weary. On the fourth, Alison came to her husband with a sheet of paper in her hand. " Read it, dear," she said. His hand shook as he held it. " Mother and Father, my baby is dead. Write to me, love me, comfort me, but never, as you care for me, ask me to speak or write of this again. Details are useless. The fact is all that matters. Tell the others for me. Don't come down. It would be impossible, in meeting, not to talk of that which I think it would kill me to discuss. Alison." As he handed the letter back, Phil went white to his very lips. " Is that what you really want to do ?" he asked. " Or are you shielding me? You mustn't. You must never think of that. Do whatever gives you most comfort." " This is it," she said. " I could not bear anything else. I shall write to your father in just the same way." He crossed to her side and took her in his arms. " Alison," he said brokenly, " I don't believe there is another woman like you in the world." One of the most wonderful of the many wonderful provisions of Providence is that time softens edges and touches bleeding hearts with a healing finger. It is not that we forget. We never forget. But if early hurts were never even partially healed, later hurts would mean death. The ever-accumulating wounds of life would grow too heavy to be borne. By the time 6 weeks had passed, Alison could waken to the recurring days with some degree of courage to face them. She could bend a little of her mind to her daily tasks. She was as thin and white as though she had dragged through months of illness, and her black dress accentuated her pallor. Phil's friends did not come often to the house in these days, and for that she was thankful. She and Phil spent day after day, and evening after evening, alone, except for each other. Alison went to church nearly every day of her life. When there was no service, she could at least spend an hour in prayer in the dim, quiet place that always strengthened her courage. It was a proof of the beauty of her faith that it never wavered. Never did she even ask herself what she had done that this punishment should have been meted to her. She knew that there must be bitter draughts in the cup of life, and that he who least merited sorrow had worn its thorny crown. She never questioned his love, and she never failed to find comfort in prayer, and thus to her was fulfilled the promise, "Ye sorrow not, even as others which have no hope." Phil had grown wonderfully gentle and thoughtful, for him. He spent all his evenings at home, for Alison wouldn't go out, and he wouldn't leave her. He worked more than he had ever done since their marriage. He drank less, because the surroundings did not tempt him to drink. When he went out on an errand, he nearly always brought back a few flowers or a little fresh fruit. He even insisted that Alison should have a servant. And, as coincidences do sometimes occur even in real life, a servant presented herself almost at their very door. Over on 6th Avenue there was a delicatessen shop which the Howlands had patronized for 2 years. One day, following a long talk with Phil, Alison asked the German proprietor of this shop if he knew of a woman whom she could get for a general servant. He knew of no woman, but he knew of a maid, his own 17-year-old daughter, Lena, who had been well trained in German housewifery. As Mrs. Howland's servant, she could live at home. Her father himself would come to fetch her each evening. Lena proved a godsend, and her advent transformed the Howlands from peripatetic street wanderers into respectable home dwellers. Alison really marketed, and they both really ate. Alison's former predictions were verified by the fact that the new arrangement, even including Lena's wages and food, was less expensive than the old one. Lena's mistress, however, began to feel time hanging heavy on her hands. She still read omnivorously and wrote much, but she couldn't write with the same preoccupation as before her sorrow. She found herself stopping and going into long fits of reverie, or wandering restlessly about the apartment. She decided that she could get up a greater interest in her work if she had some spur in the shape of a specific object. She and Phil had a long talk, and it ended in Alison deciding, rather to her husband's horror, to take up some course at Columbia. She chose a course in literature, and was soon so interested that she decided to add to it. Some lectures in political economy next attracted her. The two subjects were great time-eaters, and that was what she sought. Often, for hours, the scratching of two pens and the rustle of paper would be the only sounds in the Howlands' apartment. When work was over, there were always plenty of questions to discuss together. Alison took special pains to draw out her husband's artistic perceptions, and she marveled, meanwhile, at his indifference to facts. She was struck by his quick, fine sense of values no less than by his astonishing ignorance on subjects which had never interested him. His later education, having been self-conducted and desultory, had produced a strangely haphazard mental equipment. Without his naturally brilliant linguistic endowment, he would almost certainly have remained an ignorant man. Even with it, his intense laziness and disinterest concerning subjects which did not appeal to him, left him most unevenly developed. She studied him curiously, almost as a mother would study a child who, having apparently inherited from some unknown forebearer, seems almost a stranger to her who bore him. Never had Alison succeeded in getting so close to her husband. Never, even in the days of their engagement, had he been so much in her thoughts. And never, it is safe to say, had anyone ever tried so conscientiously and so wisely to round him out. Phil, on his side, studied his wife almost as closely. He saw sides of her mind that he had never before seen. They still disagreed on many subjects, but their arguments were stimulating to both of them. Phil Howland had always been distinctly prejudiced against clever females, but when you came to live with one, it made a difference. This one didn't pall, at any rate. Alison's birthday fell in August, and her father's latest birthday gift had been a check for a generous sum, which still remained untouched. She proceeded to use it as a means of hearing good music, and she developed an understanding taste for the new school of composers who were just coming to be known in America. She would come out from a concert tingling intellectually and emotionally, and walk home on air to tell Phil of the wonderful experience. This taste of hers he did not share. Despite his quick appreciation of beautiful sound in words, music of that sort bored him. He liked melody and tune and sequence. On the other hand, his enjoyment of pictures and tapestries and statues was keener than Alison's. She studied them all with him, but her appreciation was not so great. This was because of the difference of their natures. She appreciated with her mind, he with his senses. Even Alison's music excitement came from her brain, and she had, if possible, too little of sensuousness in her. Her keenest enjoyment was always intellectual rather than emotional. So that, if there is anything in the law of attraction between opposites, she and her husband were not so badly mated after all. One evening, as they sat chatting by their fireside, Keppner came in to make one of his rare visits. He had hardly been in the house 3 times since their return. He carried an evening paper with him and laid it on the table. After a while, Alison picked it up and ran her eye over the first page. Suddenly she caught her breath. " Phil," she gasped, " listen to this. Married in San Francisco within 24 hours after securing Reno divorce. The beautiful Mrs. Shapleigh weds the multimillionaire Samuel Q. Wilkins. Did you ever know anything so scandalous? Well, they keep doing it, you know," said her husband, taking the paper. " I should say that Mrs. Shapleigh was the exact person from whom you might expect it. If she didn't do something of the sort, it would be because she couldn't pull it off. This explains the way Shapleigh looked the other day. I met him downtown. He was seedy and shabby, and he'd been drinking. For the first time since I've known him, he seemed to want to avoid me. I noticed it particularly because, not having seen him for so long, I expected him to rush up and give me the glad hand." " I think it is simply disgusting," cried Alison. " He was perfectly devoted to her. She has probably broken his heart." " Do you know anything of this Wilkins chap, Al? " Phil demanded of his guest. " Is he really so rich? I suppose he must be to have won the beauty. Yes, untold millions, I believe. Chewing gum. No. Certainly. Haven't you seen the Wilkins clean breath advertisements in the street cars? Is that the man? Yes. Then she doesn't leap into the lap of the 400? Not she. Not yet, at any rate. Wilkins has a white marble palace up Fifth Avenue, but no one ever goes into it, they say. How old is he? About 65 or 70. Good Lord, he must have money. It's horrible," said Alison hotly. " It's quite a game," responded Keppner. All through that winter, Mrs. Wilkins' name continued to be flaunted in the newspapers. She was here, there, everywhere, stalking fashion in its haunts. She entertained elaborately, and her lavish hospitality and wonderful toilets were constantly described. Mrs. Wilkins evidently employed a press agent, and saw to it that he earned his salary. End of Book 2, Chapter 10. Book 2, Chapter 11 of The Mask by Florence Irwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In December, Phil received a note from the publishers who had brought out his Inca. They asked for an immediate interview. He went up to see them and came home tremendously excited. " What do you suppose, Al? " he said. " They want to dramatize it." " Who do? Wait, I'll tell you all about it. I'm so wrought up over it that I can hardly talk straight. Well, there's a California woman, a Mrs. Deverall, who has come to New York for the winter. She has all kinds of money, and has taken one of those huge palaces on Upper Fifth Avenue, ballroom and all that. I imagine she wants to pave her way into the Holy of Holies. Anyhow, she has made up her mind to give the most magnificent private entertainment that New York has ever seen, and that's saying quite a bit. And she wants it to be different from anything that's ever been done before. She has always been mad about my Inca, and it occurred to her that it might be dramatized, adhering as closely as possible to my original words, you see, and copying the scenery absolutely from my descriptions. Jove, it's the chance of a lifetime. I can see it all now, in my mind's eye. He was walking rapidly up and down the room as he spoke, gesticulating violently. Alison had never seen him so excited. She noticed how much straighter he was holding himself, how much of his old stooping slouch had disappeared. The thought flashed into her mind that success was what was needed to make a man of him. He had had 8 years of failure, for it was 8 years since he wrote the later of his 2 big successes, and nearly 10 since he wrote the earlier one. And since then, the world had been down on him. When the world stays down on a man too long, he is apt to get down on himself. " I am to go to see this Mrs. Deverall to morrow," resumed Phil, " at her house, by appointment. Great Scott, Al, I can hardly wait." " I don't wonder, dear," she said heartily. " What time is your appointment? "" 4 o'clock in the afternoon. My first stipulation, naturally, will be that I shall make the dramatization myself. No one else shall touch it. They can have a stage manager, of course. They'll have to. But I shall do the writing. My head is full of it now. I'm going into the study to sketch a synopsis. Just imagine that scene in the Sun Temple, will you? It shall simply blaze with gold. And that one where the Inca goes up for his public examination when he is 16. The royal neophyte sleeping on the ground, surrounded by his less illustrious companions. Then the feats of strength in which he bests them all, and his inauguration as Inca. The old men piercing his ears with the golden bodkin, fitting the sandals on his feet, and placing in his head those 2 rare feathers that were the insignia of royalty. He'll be all in scarlet and white and gold. Then the great body of the Inca nobility kneeling to him, one at a time, to show that he is received into their midst. Then come the songs and dances and public festivities." He was beside himself with enthusiasm. His words almost tripped over each other in their hasty outpouring. He hurried on. " And that scene where the virgins of the sun are watching over the sacred fire. You know, if one of them were caught in an intrigue, she was buried alive. Her lover was strangled, and his town was razed to the ground. Sowed with stones, they called it. But all the virgins of the sun were brides of the Inca, if he wanted them. His palaces held not hundreds, but thousands, for his own personal pleasure. Well, you remember this girl of mine succeeds in keeping her intrigue with her lover a secret. But she adores him. Then along comes the Inca and finds her desirable, and of course she has no choice but to go with him and be shut up in one of his palaces. And then when he dies, she is one of the 4,000 favorite concubines picked out to be immolated on his tomb. And the task of her particular immolation is entrusted to the lover whom she still adores, and who adores her. Oh, it's simply immense. Run and get me Prescott's Conquest of Peru, Al, and bring it into the study. The first volume. And that Histoire de Peron of Balboa's. And there's an English translation there, somewhere, of a history of Fernandez. In it, I think you'll find some manuscript notes of mine. Look them over, won't you? And sort out all those pages where you see the name of Huayna Capac. He's my man. The last of the Incas. By gad, if this doesn't turn out to be the most beautiful thing that has ever been seen in New York, it won't be my fault." When Phil returned next evening from his interview with Mrs. Deverall, he was more excited than ever. That ballroom was going to prove a wonderful place for the production. Expense meant nothing whatever to the rich Californian. She rolled in wealth. Just at this point, the narrator pulled himself up short. "I'll give you 3 guesses what my own particular fee for this thing is to be," he said. " Oh, I couldn't guess," replied his wife. " I shouldn't have an idea what to say. What is it? "" No, I want you to guess. Remember, I myself write the drama from my own poem. I make all the suggestions for the setting. I give up the greater part of my very valuable time, from now to the date of production, about the middle of February." Mrs. Deverall, in speaking of the time that I should have to devote to it, and of my literary reputation, herself brought up the subject of my compensation. I had no more idea what to demand than you have. Guess what I asked and got." " Oh, Phil, I don't know. $200? " Her husband regarded her with a smile of compassion. " 5,000, he said. $5,000? Philippse Howland, you didn't." " I certainly did. And I believe I could have asked even more. You see, Al, it's like this. A man's private finances are his own concern. Money is not necessarily the measure of success, but in the eyes of the world it is always taken to be. If people think you have a lot, they call you successful. If you are successful, they're all eager to help make you more so. But if you are a failure, they'll have nothing to do with you. Very well then, I'm either a success or a failure. In the first case, I'm desirable. In the second case, I'm not. The determining factor is whether or not I'm making money. And that, I alone can tell. If I'm making money, every minute of my time is valuable. Anyone who wants it must pay well for it. To let it go cheaply would be to acknowledge that it was worth little. I looked around that establishment and realized that money meant nothing to its owner. It evidently flowed like water. My hostess was decked, even in the afternoon and in her own house, with pearls and emeralds that must have been worth a king's ransom. She would spend twice $5,000 on a new motor, without a second thought, though she probably has a dozen of them already. The moment I named my price, I did it as calmly as I could. I saw that I had made no mistake, and I'm going to earn it. From her standpoint, the thing will be well worth it." " I see," said Alison. " Well, it is certainly wonderful. The marvel to me is that you never before thought of dramatizing the thing yourself. The expense, and finding someone to produce it. Then, too, it's too short for a Broadway drama. It's just a brilliant, horribly costly morceau. And here is everything made to order. Mrs. Deverall wants a piece that won't take much over an hour to give, and she wants it dazzlingly beautiful. The expense doesn't count. I couldn't possibly have struck a softer snap. Here's my producer seeking me. Here's a purse that has no bottom, one that precludes all necessity of makeshift. Here will be an audience that will seek to be amused for just about the length of time that it will take to give my piece. And I, personally, assume no risks. I am insured against loss, and assured of a good fat profit. It's wonderful." Then he fell to telling his wife of some of the details. The music was to be principally chants, temple music, and dances, old Peruvian, not too savage, weird, rather, and plaintive. Mrs. Deverall was to consult musicians about composition, orchestration, and singers. It will probably be composed specially for the occasion. I told her to be particularly careful about the music that accompanies the wail of the Vestals of the sun, when the sacred fire is found to be extinguished. That, you know, always foreboded imminent disaster. In my piece, it immediately precedes the death of the Inca." " Oh," cried Alison excitedly, " that should all be on strings, and one muffled drum like a tom-tom. The accompaniment should be in minor chords, and the wail should be written in descending chromatic passages, like those concluding bars in Saint-Saëns' Samson et Dalila." From that day on, the Inca was almost the daily meat and drink of the Howlands. Phil was scarcely at home except in the mornings. His afternoons and evenings were full of consultations and rehearsals. He frequently rushed home at dusk just to jump into evening clothes and hurry out again for dinner. He had less compunction about leaving his wife than he would have had if she had been alone in the house. Lena, however, while she lessened the solitude, was scarcely a companion for her mistress. When Phil was at home, he talked Inca continuously. Although Alison was frequently consulted, it never crossed his mind that she might be personally interested in the business meetings or rehearsals. And as to the great representation itself, that was, naturally, for Mrs. Deverall's friends and acquaintances. Even had Alison been invited, her mourning would have precluded acceptance. Phil did some rather surprising things. For instance, he went to an expensive Fifth Avenue tailor and ordered a lot of new clothes. This was explained to Alison very sensibly. The dress standards of the people he was now meeting so constantly were quite different from those of the friends with whom he had formerly consorted. To be prosperous, one must look prosperous, and of course he could afford, now, to dress better. There was one thing his wife could hardly fail to notice constantly, and that was how greatly he was improved by prosperity. But though his finer self was now dominant, his character still showed lack of basic strength. His moods always were the reflex of the opinions of others. He could be cast into savage depths by animadversion, and lifted to heights of pleasure by praise. And just at present, he was breathing the incense of constant adulation. Seeing all this, Alison realized that in order to achieve his possible best, he must always be made to believe in himself. At first, this seemed strange to her. She herself cared little for the approval of outsiders. Only when coming from those she loved did praise affect her. Obstacles to her were things to be overcome. Place one in her way, and she would immediately begin to work the harder in order to get over it. Place one in Phil's way, and he would swear and lie down on the near side of it. But natures differ. The way to help a man is to understand him. And every new day helped Alison Howland to a better understanding of her husband. The great affair was to take place on the 10th of February. Alison realized that she would see little or nothing of her husband until it was over. On the morning of the 11th, he was full of it. It had been completely successful. Long columns with scare headlines were on the front pages of all the morning papers. Phil bought a copy of every one of them. His name appeared repeatedly, and always accompanied by flattering compliments. He was called the famous author Philippse Howland, and many were the prophecies of his future brilliant career as a dramatist. Phil devoured them all and longed for more. Fame is another thing for which the appetite comes in eating. Now that it was all over, Alison looked forward to having her husband settle down at home with her, and, she hoped, to work. She wanted him to continue to produce successes and not simply to live on past ones. But not at all. Phil was in the house as little as ever. She scarcely saw him. One day she asked him where he spent all his time and when he intended to get back to work. To her surprise, he hesitated quite a bit, and then said that Mrs. Deverall was purchasing a number of tapestries and pictures and wanted his advice about them. Some 2 weeks after the Inca affair, Alison received a note from Kathleen Mortimer, begging her to come to luncheon. Mrs. Mortimer was on the eve of going south. Her departure had been delayed because Billy had hurt an eye at squash, and semi-weekly visits to a big oculist had been necessitated by the accident. But now all was well, and they would soon be off. Alison and her hostess were alone at luncheon. " I hoped I might see you at that wonderful affair at Mrs. Deverall's," said Mrs. Mortimer. Alison indicated her black gown. " Yes, I know. But I thought you might just come for the show and hurry off before the dancing. Your husband was so tremendously in evidence. How remarkably well he looks. I scarcely knew him." " He had been desperately ill not long before you first met him," replied Alison. " And he hadn't really recovered. He does look well. And he was so interested over that production at Mrs. Deverall's. It must have been exquisite." " It was. I have never seen anything so beautiful. The scenes were really gorgeous." " You know Mrs. Deverall, then? " asked Alison idly. " Well, yes, I know her. Though she would have asked me just the same if I didn't. She's dynamiting her way into society, you know. And she has the price to do it, and, I should say, the temperament. Rather impervious to snubs. And we are all such savages that we permit her to entertain us gorgeously, and then if we don't feel like seeing her again, we never go near her. But that's her own lookout. She's making a bid for the entree to our houses, and we're simply looking her over what she has to offer in order to decide whether or not we think it's worth while. Disgusting, isn't it?" " Rather," nodded Alison. " It is pretty far from the Arab courtesy between host and guest, isn't it?" " Isn't it? It's really horribly ill-bred, but one drifts into it gradually. And really, Alison, the bids for our favor are so blatant and so crude that we are warranted in giving an occasional snub. Here we are, a coterie of people who know each other intimately. Along comes an outsider and tries to jump straight into our laps. We brush her off as we might brush an over-eager lapdog that was making itself offensive. Yes, of course, that's all right. You don't have to make friends unless you want to. But to go, you surely don't have to do that. No, of course not. But by going, we repay. A woman like Mrs. Deverall would barter her soul just to get us beneath her roof, to let others see us there, and then to announce the happy fact in print to those countless thousands who haven't the chance to know it otherwise. Our mere presence is her reward. And as for our side of it, we simply go to be amused." Alison shook her head with a smile. It didn't sound very convincing to her. " For my own part," continued her pretty hostess, " I shall probably take some more decent means of discharging my social debt to Mrs. Deverall. I've been let out of it, so far, by the fact that Billy hurt his eye the very day after her party. And now I'm flying off. When I come back, she may be established. And even if she isn't, she has plenty of time ahead of her. She's young yet." " She is? " cried Alison. " Why, how strange. I imagined her a gray-haired woman." " You did? " replied Mrs. Mortimer. " No, you were quite wrong. She is a widow of not more than 30, and some people think, very stunning looking. Personally, I hate her style." Alison couldn't tell just why this speech gave her a vague feeling of discomfort, but it did. It kept popping up in the back of her mind all the time that she was talking of other things. When she rose to go, her cousin insisted on driving her home. And as it was still early, they went first for a spin in the park. Just as they were emerging on their way downtown, they passed a very beautiful car at the park entrance. " There's Mrs. Deverall now," whispered Mrs. Mortimer hurriedly. All that Alison could see was a gorgeously dressed woman with dark hair and eyes. Not quite all, either. She saw her own husband seated by Mrs. Deverall's side. It wasn't a very remarkable sight, and yet it startled her. For the balance of the drive, she made conversation with her lips and occupied her mind with her new bit of knowledge. At her own door, good-byes were exchanged, and Mrs. Mortimer drove off. She was starting south in 3 days and wouldn't return for a month or so. And now Alison had a new subject for thought, one to which she devoted much time during the ensuing solitary weeks. She wasn't a suspicious woman, and she wasn't a jealous one, but she was just, and she had a very distinct sense of the meaning of the words " mine " and " thine." Probably not a wife in the world, in Alison's place, would have failed to suspect that all was not well. One April day, Phil went out about noon, very much dressed, and announcing that he would not be home till night. After his departure, Alison went to his study to look for a book. On the floor by his desk lay a crumpled sheet of gray notepaper, face up and open. It had evidently been stuffed into a pocket from which it had dropped. Had it been in an envelope, Alison would never have dreamed of taking it out. Nor would she have stooped to looking through a drawer or a pocket in search of a missive. But her eye involuntarily swept this open note. It began without preamble, thus: " Come to me tonight, dear, straight up to my boudoir." And the signature was " Lilian." That was all, but it was quite enough. Alison stood for a moment, struck dumb, and then she knew exactly what she was going to do. She didn't come to a decision, because there was no question. She simply knew beyond all doubt that there was only one course that she could possibly take. There was no alternative. She was going home to Coningsboro. With her departure, her husband's entire income ceased. She didn't care. He had his money from the Inca. But even if he hadn't had a cent in the world, it would have been just the same. She was going home to Coningsboro. It didn't take her long to pack her trunks. because she made no attempt to take anything except her clothes. When she had nearly finished, she sent Lena out for an expressman. She knew that there was a 4 o'clock train to Coningsboro, and she was going to catch it. On Lena's return, her mistress told her that she might take the afternoon for a holiday. " I'll give you your next week's wages," said Alison, opening her purse, " and you can have the day off." Lena, overcome with gratitude, flew around, setting things straight. Inside of 15 minutes, she had left the house. Alison put on her hat, then took the letter which she had found and smoothed the creases from it. She pinned it against the frame of the mirror on her husband's chiffonier. He could hardly fail to see it the moment he entered the room. It was the only message she left. Not a line did she write in explanation. The expressman had barely departed with her trunks, when another ring announced the carriage which she had ordered. It was early, but she felt that she would rather go and wait at the ferry house. Arrived there, she had 40 minutes to spare, even after buying her ticket and checking her trunks. She decided to cross on the first boat and to wait on the other side of the river. During all this time, she had never once let herself think. She had simply acted. Her thinking could be done on the train. There would be ample time. She considered telegraphing her mother that she was coming, but decided against it. Telegrams were rare at St. Mary's Rectory, and their receipt was always attended with nervousness. If Alison walked in upon them, alive and well, her parents could hardly be worried about her. She heard the noises that announced the arrival of a boat, and following the crowd, she boarded it. When she was once on, she began to shiver. It was the first time she had seen the river, or a ferry boat, since that homecoming last October. The deck, of course, was impossible. She took a seat in the cabin and sat with clenched hands and sick heart. Arrived at the terminal, she found that the gate to her train would not open for nearly half an hour. She did not buy a paper. She did not sit down. She simply walked up and down the long concourse, her traveling bag in her hand. It was heavy, but she scarcely noticed it. At last, she saw the crowd surging in the direction of her gate, and she turned and joined it. She had just reached the wicket, just held out her ticket to the gateman, when she felt a hand on her shoulder. Turning, she faced her husband. " Come home," he said. She shook her head and averted her eyes. " Come home, I say," he repeated. " I am going to Coningsboro," she told him. " You are not. You are coming with me." She never could understand why, but she turned and followed him a little way, just enough to be apart from the crowd. " Alison," he said, " I have been a fool, but you have been a worse one. And I got here just in time to prevent your making the biggest blunder of your life." She didn't say a word. She simply stood and looked at him. " Listen to me," and he held her with his eyes. " I am not going to talk until we are home. But I swear to you, on my honor, that you have no cause to leave me. I have done nothing to warrant it." " On your honor? "" On my honor." For a second she hesitated. Then she turned and handed him her bag. " Very well," she said. " I will come back with you." Just as they got to the boat slip, she paused. " My trunks," she exclaimed. Then she told him about them. " Never mind," he replied. " I'll telegraph the Coningsboro agent that it was a mistake, and tell him to hold them. Then I'll mail him your checks and have him express the trunks C.O.D. Come on, the boat is in." During the whole of the return trip, they scarcely spoke. Once arrived in their own home, Phil opened his lips. " Now," he said, " I'll tell you everything. I've been an ass, but nothing worse. Sit down and listen to me." The recital ended, Alison realized that her husband had spoken truly. She had, indeed, been on the edge of making the most appalling mistake of her life. Mrs. Deverall, it appeared, was the sort of woman who must always be seen with a man dangling after her. Having no husband, it behooved her to find another cavalier, possibly permanent, possibly temporary. She had not an idea that Philippse Howland was married. At this, his wife stared. "Never knew you were married?" she repeated. " No," replied Phil naively. She never asked me, and I never told her. At first, you see, there was no question of anything personal. We just talked drama. And then one day she called me ' dear ' and put her hand on mine. And after that she generally called me something like that." He grinned as he said it. " And what did you call her? " asked Alison curiously. " I didn't call her anything. I swear to you, Al, that all the advances came from her, and she never got very far at that." He proceeded with the utmost frankness to tell her all the details of the friendship. Mrs. Deverall had taken to receiving him in her boudoir for tea, apparently because she had a number of beautiful negligees which she could wear nowhere else. The meetings had been scarcely more intimate than they would have been in one of the drawing rooms. The singular detachment with which he related everything convinced Alison that he was speaking the truth. She knew in her heart what cold comfort Mrs. Deverall must have had in her one-sided love-making. In sooth, Alison remembered that her own courtship by Phil had been conducted along strikingly original lines. He was not a man of endearments. " You see," said Phil, " she was new in New York, and I think she imagined that I was much more important than I am. Whenever she saw me, they were all asking my opinion and hanging on my words, and throwing me bouquets. They were doing it because of her money, and then she did it because they did it. And among them, I was quite a grand mogul, and, of course, she thought that was my usual line. Then when the papers came out with all that stuff about me, she was sure she had a prize." " What was your engagement with her to day? "" Oh, at 12:30 we were to look at a sundial and some urns and marble benches, all for a sunken garden in her new country place. Then we were to lunch at Sherry's, and I simply loved that room there. And after luncheon she wanted me to motor out to the country place with her, to suggest the proper setting for the dial and things. But do you know, Al, it was the strangest thing. All the time we were at luncheon, I kept thinking of you." His wife smiled covertly at this remarkable admission, and he continued, " I couldn't get you out of my mind. We finished luncheon about 3, and I said I must go home. She insisted on my keeping to the original plan, so at last I gave in. There was a little delay before the motor came. Then we got in and started uptown. We hadn't gone 5 minutes when I said to her, ' Look here, I have to go back, and that's all there is to it.' She was awfully stiff and edgy, but I made her have the chauffeur turn that car around and drive me back home. She dropped me there, and the minute I got in I saw the letter. And then I found your clothes were gone. Of course, there was only one possible place for you to go. I never even looked to see if there was a train. I jumped into a motor and told the man to drive like hell to the ferry, and I just caught you." It all became clearer and clearer to Alison. Phil had been courted and flattered and petted, and he had loved it. But only for its own sake. He had cared nothing for the courtier and the flatterer and the petter. He had adored the atmosphere of luxury and the evidences of wealth. She well remembered how he had basked in them at Kenneth Rawle's. He was a natural sybarite. That was all perfectly easy to understand. Then, too, he had loved buying tapestries and pictures and art treasures, with the dealers all cringing and bowing, and Mrs. Deverall constantly appealing to his taste. And he had loved the advertisement of it all, and the feeling that it was pushing him towards ultimate fame. Mrs. Deverall, on her side, was a woman who must always have a man about, and, having him, wanted him to make love to her. Not knowing that Phil was married, she had a perfect right to try to beguile him if she wanted to. And she might even have hoped, vaguely, that she would one day be the wife of the famous author. Her own name meant nothing whatever in New York. Well, it was all entirely plain and comprehensible. And, in addition to her relief, there were 3 things that gave Alison Howland distinct pleasure. One was, that for the first time in their rather tumultuous married life, she knew that her husband had been right and that she had been wrong. Another was, that he had wanted her back, in a hurry. And the third was, that she had been forced to yield to his willpower. Never before had she been actually dominated by her husband. Never before had her will been conquered by his will. And she liked the sensation. End of Book 2, Chapter 11. Book 3, Chapter 1 of The Mask by Florence Irwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Haven. One morning in early May, Alison Howland said to her husband, "Phil, I want to go away to spend the day, and I want to go alone." "Very well," he replied. "Far be it from me to interfere with your plans." He was a little piqued, till he noticed a smile in her eyes. "I have arranged your day for you. Lena will give you luncheon, and I'm going to leave you some work that will keep you busy." She ran out of the room and returned with a big paper parcel. "It's something I've been doing all winter," she said rather breathlessly. "I don't want you to look at it until I'm gone. I don't want to be here while you are reading it, nor to see you, nor to speak to you, till you've finished it. And tonight I want you to give me your honest opinion about it." He looked at her curiously. She was evidently laboring under some unusual excitement, though she strove to hold it in check. "You've written all this?" he asked. "What is it?" "It's a story. A novel. Don't even take the wrapper off till I'm gone. I haven't the slightest idea whether the thing is any good or not. I want an outside opinion." "When did you ever get the time to do it?" She looked at him and laughed mischievously. "When you were spending the winter with Mrs. Deverall," she replied. "Oh, bosh! Well, Al, I shall be delighted to read it, of course. You've got a darned good mind, for a woman. But you lack experience, you know, and you won't be hurt if I criticize it pretty bluntly." "Certainly not. I want nothing so much as a candid opinion. I have no technical knowledge, naturally, except what I have learned from my course at Columbia. In that, you'll probably have to slash me all to pieces. I realize that my lack of experience is a terrible drawback, and yet, do you know, in some ways I don't regret it." "You don't?" "No, because it so sharpens impressions. Things that seem tremendous to me are simply commonplaces to more sated and seasoned observers. I believe that's the hardest thing about it. When you're fresh to impression, you're too inexperienced to record it with any degree of art. And after you've acquired your art, the edge has gone from your perception. You are less impressionable. It's another form of that wonderful French proverb, si la jeunesse savait, si la vieillesse pouvait. I think that is the saddest wisdom I ever heard." He threw her a quick look. She had said a number of curiously striking things lately. "Where are you going?" he asked. "Oh, I don't know. Out into the country somewhere. I have the wanderlust. I shall take my luncheon with me and just spend the day roaming. I'll sit in the hedgerows and under the trees, and use my time wondering what you are thinking of my story. I'll wander and wonder, and I'll be back by dusk." "You shouldn't be walking around alone in that way." "Nonsense," she said quickly, but she looked pleased. "I won't get out of sight of the houses. I shall be as safe as the Bank of England." All her arrangements having been made in advance, it did not take her long to get ready. When she returned, hatted and coated, her husband was sitting with his back to her. Bending, she dropped a light kiss on the crown of his head. "If that stuff of mine is any good," she said, "I shall expect you, hereafter, to treat me with proper respect." "Don't I treat you with proper respect now?" She shook her head. He couldn't tell how fast her heart was beating, how carefully she had rehearsed every move in this game that she had planned, how wildly she was hoping that not a single one might miscarry, how hard she was trying to avoid wounding his self-respect, even while she dropped the necessary hints. "No," she said. When I come to be a really important person, I shall expect you to rise whenever I enter the room. Good bye, dear." And blowing him a kiss, she hurried out. She was so excited that she forgot all about taking a car. She walked rapidly, her head held high, her breath coming quickly, her eyes big and eager, and a rather wistful smile on her lips. Along the street, bunches of daffodils and violets and arbutus were being offered for sale. Their perfumed breath mingled with her fancies and gave her the feeling of being a girl again, back in Coningsboro, responding with every fiber of her being to the call of the spring, and yet totally ignorant of what that call meant or of what life held in store. How seriously she used to take all those problems which seemed so important. How she used to worry over poor little rat-faced Joey Mengle and his home training. Well, after all, why not? Perhaps her sense of real values had been keener then than now. Perhaps she had let it get blunted. Before she realized it, she found herself at 42nd Street. She was a vagabond for the day. Nothing called her. She could go where she pleased. She had started out with a dim idea of directing her steps towards one of the ferries. But since she was here, it made no difference. The Grand Central Station would do just as well. Inquiry elicited the information that she had just time to catch a train up the Hudson which was leaving in 10 minutes. She bought a return ticket to a point some 20 miles out, and, entering the car, chose a seat on the riverside and immediately fell into a brown study. It is safe to say that of all the passengers in that car, not one was thinking and planning farther ahead than was this tall, slender girl in black, with the knot of violets at her breast. The present had fallen entirely away from her. No thoughts of meals, nor of clothes, nor of parties, nor of servants distracted her. 9 out of every 10 of the women around her were palpitating over one or another of these subjects, while their husbands in town were wrestling with business, or bonds, or employees, or employers. None of these things disturbed Alison Howland. Every particle of her mind, every ounce of her force, every one of her hopes and fears were centered around her great scheme. She was about to play a long game for a big stake. If she lost, she would lose heavily. She couldn't quite visualize her future under those conditions. But if she won, she would win everything that she wanted in the world. Alighting at her station, she wandered, simply wandered, until she was tired and hungry. Glancing at her watch, she found that it was 2:30, and she sat down to eat her luncheon under a tree. 2:30. Where would Phil be by this time in her manuscript? He read rapidly. She hoped that he wouldn't read too rapidly. There were certain bits that she didn't want him to miss. One by one, she ran them over in her own mind. She knew them all by heart. Would he like such and such a one? Would he disapprove of such another? Suddenly, with one of those quick mental revulsions which come to every creator, she felt that her whole story was worthless. It was just ordinary trash. It had no particular merit. How could she ever have supposed that it had? And with this thought came the feeling that the bottom had dropped out of everything. If she couldn't write, if her story was no good, her scheme couldn't possibly succeed. Oh, she couldn't bear that. Succeed she must. She had worked so hard, she had tried so hard, she had prayed so hard, she had hoped so hard, that she simply could not stand failure. And it wasn't as if her plan was selfish. If she were putting all this effort into something from which she alone would benefit, it would be different. But she wasn't. She wasn't. And so, in alternating fits of elation and depression, she spent her day, till the lengthening shadows and the sunset glow warned her that she must return and end her suspense. She craved, and yet dreaded, the verdict that awaited her. At home, Phil's day had been scarcely less harrowing. No less, indeed, except for the fact that his mind was necessarily occupied, while his wife's was free. As soon as Alison had gone, he had betaken himself to his study. When Lena had tapped to announce luncheon, he replied that he was too busy to come out. She might bring him a bite of food and a cup of tea. And just as dusk fell, he finished his task and sat staring into space. The manuscript in his hands was called The Mask, and there was no question as to its merit. Philippse Howland would have given years of his life to have been its author. With varying emotions, he had read it. He had opened it with an interested tolerance, expecting to find about the sort of thing that one would ordinarily find under like conditions. The first work of a writer who has lived in the world just 25 years, and who has known life itself but 3 of those 25, is not apt to be wonderful. A prodigy writes earlier. A normal writer does his best work after longer experience. Not necessarily writing experience, just experience. For instance, as far as Phil Howland knew, his wife had never had a sentimental tete-a-tete with any man but him, except that one short experience with Ferriss. And but for the one with Keppner, he was right. What he failed to understand was that to a woman of Alison's type, self-communion was the one great necessity. She could watch the enthralling drama of life and then thresh it all out with herself. Well, anyhow, be the process what it might, this story of hers was remarkable. Not perfect, naturally, but distinctly striking. There was a breadth to it, a perception, that fairly astounded the man who read it. So, it appeared, innocence and decency weren't necessarily limitations after all. They might even tend to clarify vision. There was a spotlight brilliancy about some of Alison's flashes that was dazzling. She had succeeded in catching that first quick feeling that had been her own response to new experiences, and in recording it. The lack of grandiose qualities in her nature was reflected in a corresponding simplicity and directness of style. She had thought of herself not at all, of her audience not at all, of her subject exclusively and vitally. Her viewpoint was placed at a refreshingly original angle. Phil himself would have given much to possess such an outlook. Despite his beautiful style, his everlasting barrier had been lack of original ideas. He had manner, but he lacked matter, and that was his trouble. He felt very bitter over it. It wasn't his fault that inspiration wouldn't come. Hour after hour had he chased it. It was like the old recipe for hare pie. First catch your hare. That, unfortunately, was the one thing he couldn't do. Well would he have known how to dress it after he caught it. The trouble was to get it. Hang it all, anyhow, why should Al have all this luck? If he were any judge of things, there would be no trouble whatever in finding a publisher for her story, and it would make a hit. And he would then be forced to appear as the husband of the successful writer. He, Philippse Howland, author of The Inca and of Mountebanks. But here he squirmed a little. Where under heaven had Al learned her style, and where did she get all that clean, breezy clearness of perception, all that force and originality? As a matter of fact, this need not have surprised him so greatly. Alison Howland was the exact woman to have done what she had done. She had a natural endowment of mentality and sensibility that was far above the average. The clean habit of her training had made for vigor. Her beloved occupation of just feeling things had served to sensitize her mind to receive and fix impressions. Her sudden accumulation of knowledge and experience had given her a longing to express herself, and to make some record of the things that so struck her. Lack of human companionship had driven her to writing, and by her conscientious study of the beautiful style which was her husband's birthright, she had formed her own manner. Why should she not be able to write a book? Several times that day, as Phil Howland sat reading his wife's manuscript, he was assailed with a jealousy of which he was instantly ashamed. Each time he put it quickly away from him. He wouldn't be small. He wouldn't be mean. Not to Al. He couldn't go back on her after the way she'd seen him through. He'd play fair if he died for it. The spring twilight had darkened almost to gloom when he heard the click of the front door and the sound of his wife's light step. " Phil," she called, " where are you? "" Here," he answered. She came and stood framed in the doorway, one hand pressed to her breast as she tried to see his face. " Well? " she asked. " Better than well," he responded, rising and going to her. " Al, you've done the trick. It's fine." " Do you mean it? " she cried, and her voice was almost sharp in its eagerness. " Is it really good? " Generosity of praise was not of Phil's nature, even normally, and the bitter recognition of his own deficiencies, revealed by this day's work, did not make it easier for him to give the tribute that was due. But he stuck loyally to his finer instincts. " It certainly is good," he replied. His self-respect rose with every word that he uttered, and each compliment came more easily than the last. " That story of yours ought to make a 10 strike," he added. " Oh, Phil," her voice sounded as though she were about to cry, " if it only would! You honestly think that you can find a publisher who will take it, and that it will be a success? "" I'm sure of it. There are a few crude places that I want to go over with you. Nothing to do with the theme itself, just matters of story construction." " Oh, yes, yes," she cried. " I want you to make all the corrections that you possibly can. Cut it and slash it as much as you please." " There'll be mighty little of it to do," he told her. " Astonishingly little, considering that it's a first book." They spent that evening going over the manuscript, and on the morrow, Phil took it out to be typed. He was rather nervous and irritable during the next few days, but he never went back on his resolution to help his wife to success and to begrudge her nothing. Finally, the typewritten copy came home and was reread, and at last it became a question of a publisher. " You'll take it for me? " asked Alison. " Certainly, if you want me to." " And to your own publishers? I don't think you'd get any better ones. And Phil, there's just one thing more, dear. I want it published anonymously." She could no more fail to see the look of relief that passed over his face than he could prevent its passing. Nevertheless, " Why do you do that, Al? " he asked. " I want to." " You shouldn't. It isn't as if it were a story to be ashamed of. It's well done, and it's going to make a hit. Now, Phil, that story is mine, isn't it? And I have a right to do as I please. Very well. I insist that it shall be published anonymously, and that not even your publishers shall know anything about the author. I want you simply to leave it with them and say that there is just one stipulation. If they decide to publish it, they must do it anonymously. And unless you're willing to do that, I shall take it myself. Why, I'll do it, of course, if you want me to. But I can't see your point." However, Alison was so determined that there was no sense in further argument. At the end of a week, Phil had a note from his publishers. He returned from the interview very much excited. They wanted the book, and they liked the idea of anonymous publication. It was good advertising. Phil had demanded a generous sum in advance royalties, and was to receive it. " By George, Al, you've hit it," he said. " Of course, they were very careful not to be too enthusiastic. That's their business. But it was easy to see that they don't intend to let that manuscript get out of their office." When it came to a question of signing the contract, Alison insisted that her husband do it. She claimed very sensibly that if she appeared at all in the matter, the secret might leak out. Well, I can't for the life of me see why you should mind that," said Phil, looking at her in a puzzled way. " I don't understand you at all. Any one would think you'd be crazy to come out in the open instead of hiding behind me all the time." He was growing as interested over the success of The Mask as though he were indeed its author. Also, although he never actually formulated the idea, there was a feeling in the back of his brain that decency leaves a better aftertaste than meanness. It is good to be able to pat yourself on the back. Proofreading would not begin for a month or so, and summer was upon them. They were feeling particularly affluent. Phil's $5,000 from Mrs. Deverall, and the advance royalties on The Mask made a generous addition to their income. They decided not to spend the summer in town, nor yet in Coningsboro, and they certainly never wanted to go back to that horrible cheap suburban hotel where they had been 2 years ago. " Let's go farther away than that," said Alison. " How about Europe? " asked her husband. For a moment, she looked radiant at the idea, but after a little consideration, she shook her head. " No," she said, " I think not, yet. We'll go there before long, though. But I'm not quite ready. And I shouldn't want to be rushed on my first trip abroad. I should want the pleasures of anticipation. Then there's the proof. It would be sure to make delay if all those batches of proof had to cross and recross the ocean. And I have set my heart on seeing that book come out in October." They had all the delight of looking over tourist books and discussing plans, and their final decision was reached after a talk with one of Phil's actor friends. He assured them that there was only one summer resort in the world, and that was Sconset on the island of Nantucket. His tales of its quaintness and its many attractions appealed to both of his hearers. Alison was fascinated with the idea of an island and lighthouses and quaint streets with town pumps. It all sounded so picturesque and different from anything that she had ever seen, that her vote was immediately cast in favor of Sconset. And Phil, agreeing, Sconset it was for them that summer. End of Book 3, Chapter 1. Book 3, Chapter 2 of The Mask by Florence Irwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mr. Fallon, Phil's actor friend, may have been guilty of some exaggeration in calling Sconset the only summer resort in the world. For that, however, we shall have to pardon him on the score of precedent. There are so many only places, only girls, only books, and only what not, that the expression has come to be an accepted hyperbole. And in the case of the Howlands, Mr. Fallon's assurance was entirely justified. For that particular summer, no place could possibly have suited them better. Fallon was a star of some renown who had been engaged by Mrs. Deverall to play the part of the lover in Phil's Inca. A strong mutual admiration had sprung up between author and actor. And at Sconset, Fallon was one of the most popular members of a colony of artists, all eager to welcome the gifted Mr. Howland to their midst. Phil was in his element, and he found the summer not only enjoyable, but instructive. He picked up many a useful bit of knowledge about the technique of playwriting, in which he had always been keenly interested. Alison, for her part, was enthralled. It was a new life. She couldn't recognize herself, and she was so seething with fresh impressions that she felt as though she would burst in trying to contain them. She wandered around, excited, restless, stimulated. The surf, the downs, the dunes, the harbor, the town, the lighthouse, all opened new brain worlds to her. She used to get Phil out on the beach and make him discuss with her the various personalities in their present circle. At first this did not interest him particularly. He always said that he took people as he found them. Some he liked, others he didn't. More often than not his feelings were influenced by their attitude towards him. but left to himself he would never sit down deliberately to analyze characters. He would never imagine hypothetical situations and the way that they would affect different persons. In a word, he had never been as much interested in thoughts as in the manner of their expression. " Hang it all, Al," he said one afternoon as they lay stretched on the sand, watching the tumultuous surf. " You might just as well ask me how I think Fallon would look with his wife's hat on his head." " Well, how do you think he would? " she retorted instantly. By every means she was trying to stimulate his imagination. " You don't mean to say that that really interests you? "" No, I don't. That was your suggestion, not mine. But even so, it is rather amusing. However, it is mental traits, not physical ones, that are interesting. Think of those convicts on Blackwell's Island that we saw from the boat the day we came up here. Don't just say prisoners, poor devils, and let it go at that. Think of them as men, penned up there without space for moral breathing. Imagine them looking out on the limitless star-studded sky and on the free, wide water with its passing craft. Strains of music from the boats would be carried to their ears. The lights would float across space to their weary eyes, and then would come their inevitable nightly return to the tiny pens to which they are doomed. Try to fancy their feelings, some bitter, some hopeless, all sad. Some eager to be free in order to get even with the world, others longing for a chance to do better. Imagine the homes from which they came, the links in the chain that binds them. Isn't that tragedy for you? Yes, I suppose it is, but it is so commonplace. It is just the usual convict's life. That, my dear boy, is just where you are wrong. It is your vision of it that is usual and commonplace and limited. The writer who can get to the intimate soul throb of one of those convicts is the one who can produce a masterpiece of illumination. I suppose there are no new things in the world, except mechanical inventions. There certainly can be no new passions, nor desires, nor comedies, nor tragedies. They have all existed from time immemorial, modified by circumstances only. It is the point of observation, the sympathy of perception, and the force of imagination that enable one man to portray them better than his fellows. The material is all there. It needs but the molding hand. Phil had pulled his hat brim far down over his eyes. His hand was idly piling the sand into heaps. For a moment he did not speak, and then he said, " What else did you notice on that boat? "" Oh, Phil, dear, dozens of things. I could talk a month and not be talked out." " About that one trip? "" Indeed, yes." " Tell me something else you noticed." " Well, that poor pretty blonde thing. Not more than 19 or 20, and decked like the Queen of Sheba. And the horrible fat man with her. He must have been over 50 years old. She called him uncle, you remember, and you laughed and said that you knew all about him, and that he was no more her uncle than you were yourself, and that he had dozens of such nieces. You remember? Yes. Well, what of them? This. Instead of shrugging your shoulders at the usual game and calling the girl a young fool and the man an old one, look at it as a life history and a tragedy. Imagine that man, past his prime, approaching old age. Picture to yourself what that age will be, the satiety, the weariness, the burden of foul responsibility. Imagine the boyhood and youth that led to such a conception of life. And then, the poor pretty victim, whether an eager one or an unwilling one, still a victim. As much a prisoner as any convict that lives, shut in a horrible self-made cell, whose walls are constantly contracting to crush her, and from which it becomes more impossible to escape with each year of her life. Think of her hours of cold loneliness. She has her gems and her clothes and her motors. And she must love them amazingly to have paid for them so dearly. But they cannot possibly fill her heart. She knows that she possesses nothing else, has no hope of possessing anything else. Don't you suppose that she suffers hours of gnawing weariness and longing? What makes you think about all these things, Al? Think of them. How could anyone help it after once knowing that they exist? We have to think, of course. Back in Coningsboro, I thought of life as far as I knew it. And even then it seemed very wonderful to me. But now, when I see how wide the world is, how various are the souls it holds, I feel as if I could never get to the end of it all, and as if there wasn't a minute to waste. It seems to me that the great danger is the tendency to come to look upon important things as ordinary and commonplace. That is the effect of reiteration. Take the most beautiful poem in the world, for instance, if there could be such a thing possible. The first time that you read it, you will thrill in response to its every syllable. But if you hear it repeated 17 times a day, you will presently come to listen to it without heeding its beauty. I think it is like that with life. The first great need is the power of perception. And the next thing is to keep that keen first edge on your feeling, to keep yourself fresh, as you might say. Of course, with me, the very quietness of my training assured my freshness to impression. There's more to it than that, said the man. You love to think, but you want to do it on certain lines. It is people that interest you. The most wonderful piece of machinery in the world wouldn't excite you particularly. Of course not. It isn't alive. It can't feel. I should try to be interested in it, but that's the precise point. You'd try. But you would have to try, and probably, after all, you wouldn't succeed especially well. And you wouldn't understand it, even if some great inventor should take the trouble to explain to you all its wonderful parts. No, I shouldn't. I don't understand machinery at all. It seems marvelous to me that there are minds that can study the moving wheels of a machine and then know how to insert an extra cog or screw that will make them work in exactly the opposite direction. Precisely. And you are interested in those inventive minds, but not in those wheels. Because they are not alive. Yet there are persons to whom machinery is just as fascinating and just as comprehensible as are human beings to you. I suppose so, but it seems odd. Not in the least. It is because you have a distinct gift. The odd part is that you seem to think it must be universal, that everyone can and should be as interested in human minds and human souls as you are yourself. I see, she said slowly. You think it is a gift? I know it is. And the things that we can do easily always seem so simple that we think anyone could do them if they would only try. But you could do this too, Phil. Not as you can. After you start a subject, I enjoy threshing it out with you. But as a subject, it certainly would never even occur to me unless you formulated it. That is merely initiative. You need nothing but the first push. And you enjoy this sort of talk much more than you used to? Yes, I do. It's great fun. And your own gift is so wonderful. My gift? Words, you mean? Yes. Why, that's nothing. The words are simply there, waiting to be used. She clapped her hands. There you are, she cried, belittling the thing that comes easily to you, just as you say we all do. So are ideas always there, waiting to be picked up. Take that story of mine, for instance, with its central idea of the mask. That was suggested by Mr. Keppner. Keppner? Certainly. That night when we went to Chinatown. You were there and heard everything he said. You could have picked up the thought as easily as I, if only it had interested you as much. I didn't make it. It was simply there. But to you it seemed commonplace and trite, while to me it was thrilling. It haunted me so that I couldn't shake it off. Was there ever a writer in your family? Asked her husband curiously. No, none that I know of. Or a psychologist? Or a philanthropist? Oh, yes, most certainly. My father's father was quite an eminent psychologist. He was considered one of the keenest thinkers of his day, and he was a philanthropist as well. There it is, then. His cloak has fallen on your shoulders. I wonder, mused the girl. My father has always insisted that I am like my grandfather. You evidently are, replied her husband, and then they fell to talking of Alison's book and of the author's proof that they were both reading every day. At sundown they rose. Alison lingered on the wave-beaten strand. "Hitherto shalt thou come, but no further," she quoted softly, "and here shall thy proud waves be stayed." "What's that?" asked her husband. "Why, Phil, it's Scripture." "It is? Well, do you know, it's mighty interesting language. Notice the curious use of that word hitherto. We use it in relation to time. Your text applies it to space. And that is evidently correct. We say hither and thither. That means here and there, you see. So hither must mean here. Hitherto, to here. To here shalt thou come, but no further. Do you know, that's great. Have you a Bible, Al? Phil, what a question. Of course I have. Well, I'm going to read it. She threw back her head and laughed. She couldn't help it. Then, "But Phil," she said, "isn't it a wonderful thought? To see all those waves rushing in, you'd think nothing could stop them. It seems as if they must soon inundate the entire land, and then, in obedience to their law, and with no other barrier than a strip of sand, they begin to recede. It reminds me of a nation, or an individual, drunk with success. No barrier seems possible, no obstacle adequate. And then, suddenly, the limit is reached. Hitherto shalt thou come, but no further." In silence they turned homeward, their eyes filled with the evening beauty, their ears hearkening to the thunder of the surf, their hearts responsive to the great mystery. Alison's fingers sought and found the hand that was hanging by her husband's side, and thus, hand in hand, like two happy children, they walked home together. In the middle of July, Alison had a letter from Coningsboro that made her very happy. Elsa had a little daughter, and everyone was rejoiced. "I wish you could see Roscoe," wrote Mrs. Terry. "He is perfectly crazy over the baby. He says that if he sits in his office and thinks of that mite, his heart begins to beat faster. And when he is at home, he can hardly bear to have the child out of his sight. She is the prettiest little baby that I have ever seen, and she is named for her mother and for me. Elsa wants you to be her godmother, even if it must be done by proxy." In spite of her great happiness for Elsa, Alison's heart was lonely and sad, and her arms ached with emptiness. She wandered alone a great deal for the next few days, and couldn't settle down to work. And yet there was no doubt that her own baby's death had been her husband's turning point. Never had there been such a bond between him and his wife. Never had he considered her so much, and himself so little, as since their tragedy. How thankful she was that she had been given the wisdom to conceal Phil's involuntary agency in that tragedy, and that circumstances had made concealment possible. Public knowledge would have put Phil in a horrible position. All his life he would have been hounded by the fear that the thing was not forgotten. He would never have gone back to Coningsboro. He would never have looked his father in the face. His self-respect, so necessary to his success, would have received its death blow. End of Book 3, Chapter 2. Book 3, Chapter 3 of The Mask by Florence Irwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Early October saw the Howlands at home again in their apartment, and some 10 days later came the appearance of Alison's book. Fame is an incomprehensible thing. It would be a brave man who would attempt to analyze it, or to give an infallible formula for its capture. Only one thing about it is sure. When it comes like a thunderbolt. A man may strive for years to overtake fame and strive in vain. He may never succeed, or he may succeed overnight. He may waken some fine morning to find that he has captured it, and from that day forth nothing that he does can fail. And the next man may shoot his first arrow and bring down the prize with scarcely an effort. While Alison Howland hoped for success for her first book, she was not at all prepared for what actually happened. By the time she had been back in New York 2 months, she was almost gasping at what had come to pass. The Mask took like wildfire. Everyone read it, everyone recommended it to everyone else, everyone praised it. The first edition sold so quickly that the second had to be rushed out, and that in turn was exhausted almost overnight. A few days after its issue, not a copy could be raked up in the city of New York with a fine-toothed comb. Presses were kept hot. The book headed the list of best sellers. Clergymen preached about it. The publishers were besieged with inquiries as to its authorship. Alison used to sit in dazed wonder and marvel how such things could happen. Every day her husband would say to her, "You can't keep this thing up, Al. You will simply have to claim the authorship. It's bound to come out." And she would answer, "It shall never come out. How can it, unless I permit it? And that I shall not do." "But why not?" "Because I don't want to." "I can't understand you at all. Don't you care for the glory?" "Not the least particle." And in that she spoke truly. If the years in their passage had taught Alison Howland anything, it was that her grandfather's creed was true. The plaudits of the crowd are valueless. Every man's salvation or damnation lies in himself alone. She looked back on those Coningsboro days when she had floated in the still waters of undisturbed ideals, and she thanked Heaven for the perpetual anchorage they would always afford her. She remembered the maelstrom of her first married years, her first vision of life as it really was. Disillusioned, tossed about, frightened and embittered, she believed that happiness was eternally lost to her. But in the end, she had found her haven, and there she would rest forever in the shelter of that philosophy which had brought her peace. She knew that neither her heights nor her depths lay in any soul save her own. Though she could not always control events, she could certainly always control their effect upon herself. She knew that ignorance was not bliss, or that it was a very false and short bliss, at the best. And she knew that innocence and ignorance were no more synonymous than were sin and knowledge. The whole world lay before her, throbbing with life and pulsing with possibilities. She might choose her path, but she could tread it but once. No step could ever be retraced. It behooved her, therefore, to keep her feet from straying. At the end of her path lay eternity, and that too depended on her choice of direction. Fame? A breath of air. Loneliness and heartache? But for them she would never have achieved her end. Phil's future? More momentous than fame, 1,000 times over. Love? Yes, that indeed was good. It was for her to give, for her to win, for her to keep. Success had brought the fruition of her great plan. Step by step she retraced it in memory. She had realized, first of all, that before she could help Phil, he must be made to believe in her. If others applauded her, he would naturally come to realize that her opinions and ideas were valuable. Added to this was her anxiety to relieve Judge Howland of the incubus of their annual allowance. If she could make money enough to offset it, she could surely persuade Phil to forego it. That was now possible. But the unexpected furore created by her book plunged her into an even greater dilemma. It came about in this wise. In writing The Mask, she had consciously molded her style upon her husband's. This resemblance was now coming to be recognized by literary specialists, and the claim was being made, with constantly increasing vigor and insistence, that Philippse Howland was the author of The Mask. The publishers, also believing the claim, began to urge that the psychic moment for disclosure had arrived. They grew apprehensive lest it be not seized. It was too provoking. It spoiled everything. Phil couldn't accept the plaudits without loss of all that new virility that was growing within him, and Alison had no desire to accept them. If she claimed all this sudden glory for herself, she would eclipse and irritate her husband. He would then slink in her shadow, his head would go down instead of up, and there would grow an ever-widening breach between them. She didn't want to be the successful wife of an unsuccessful husband, for that, of course, is what it means to be a woman. Of that sort of tissue are woven woman's love and woman's pride. The thing she hoped for, the thing she prayed for, was that Phil might have an inspiration and make a new success. On this foundation had her whole scheme been based. She would foster his self-respect. She would relieve him of money pressure. She would convince him that her own powers were not despicable, that her opinion counted. She would make him think. She would coax him to write. And then she would efface herself till he had caught up with her in the race to the goal. Hand in hand with him would she go, or she would follow him. But positively and unwaveringly did she refuse to precede him. That was her plan. It was a pretty plan and a subtle one, and now the busybodies were about to ruin it all. Alison grew fairly feverish over it. Her husband insisted that she must positively disclose her secret. She vowed with vehemence that it was the one thing which she would never do. He studied her curiously. Although it seemed to him that she must certainly be crazy on this one subject, yet he could not but be impressed by the dignity of her indifference to plaudits. Here was no preening parrot, no flaunting peacock. It is odd that we should be so eager to convince by speech, and so forgetful of the influence of our action. Alison Howland might have talked 10 years on the transiency and unimportance of public praise, and yet have failed to make the impression on her husband that she now made by her daily life, and that without taking any thought whatever. Phil Howland had never studied any living creature as he presently came to study his wife. "Al," he said, suddenly one day, "someone ought to put you in a book." "Put me in a book? Why, how ridiculous. There'd be nothing to tell about me, except that I've written a successful story. And that's a secret. You'd be surprised if I should tell you something that I think." "What?" "That your book is one of the least of your achievements, and I'm not belittling it at that." It was strange how much pleasure this speech of his gave her, especially when she thought it over afterwards. At that time she merely smiled and said, "If anyone ever put me in a book, I certainly shouldn't let him name me Al. Don't you like your name? I love my real name, but I hate that abbreviation of it. It is ugly, and it always reminds me of Mr. Keppner." "You never liked him, did you?" "I admire his brain, but nothing else about him. It's odd how that crowd has dropped away from us. We scarcely see them any more. and as a matter of fact, we've picked up no one else to fill their places. That is because we are too busy. When we have time for them, we'll soon make a circle of friends. Excuse me, madam, Alison, I should say," this with a grin and a mock bow. "I've wondered sometimes whether Keppner ever gave you any special reason for disliking him." She was silent. "I suppose he did, the dirty beast," continued Phil. "Yes," said Alison slowly, "he did. I longed to tell you about it, but, at that time, I was absolutely sure that you would blame me. You didn't know me as well then, and as I was as innocent of responsibility as a newborn babe, I didn't care to be scolded for something I hadn't done." Her husband moved uneasily. "Of course you didn't," he finally remarked. "There never was a woman in the world who had less of that sort of thing about her than you. When was it? When Keppner made himself offensive, I mean." "It was the very day that he asked us to accept a dinner invitation. In the afternoon, I was alone, and he dropped in. He was horrible, and I ran and locked myself in my room and stayed there until you came home. You remember, you remarked on my red eyes. I supposed that Mr. Keppner would not dare to re-enter the house for a long time, if he ever came at all, and that very evening he returned, and I left the room as soon as possible. When you came to me with that dinner invitation, I refused it, of course, and then you thought that I was influenced by race prejudice." Phil's eyes were lowered, and his head was supported on his hand. An unusual color had crept into his face. When he spoke, his voice was very low. "And I was a dog," he said, "and accused you of lying. And if there is one thing you are not, it is a liar. Alison, I was a beast. Can you forgive me?" She bent over and kissed him, and then rushed from the room. She couldn't trust her voice, nor her eyes. Her slate was clean. She hadn't a secret in the world from him, as far as her own acts were concerned. And how wonderfully it had come about. Phil took her part. He was furious at Keppner, and 3 years ago it had been just the opposite. How he had changed! How everything had changed! How happy she was! All of this was very satisfactory, but the great problem still remained unsolved. What was to be done about the growing public certainty that Philippse Howland was the author of The Mask? Although Alison got no nearer to answering this riddle, a very welcome distraction from it presently arose. A certain dramatic star, a friend of Fallon's and an acquaintance of Phil's, wanted the book made into a play. Through the publishers, the request was preferred, and by the same means of communication, the answer was returned. The author of The Mask would be delighted to have the book dramatized, if satisfactory terms could be reached. There was but one stipulation. The work of dramatization was to be done by Mr. Philippse Howland. This naturally had been Alison's idea solely. Her husband had never even suggested it, but once broached by her, he had accepted it with delight. To both of them it was immediately apparent how harmoniously their respective talents might thus be brought into conjunction. The creative ability was Alison's, the finer craftsmanship, the dramatic sense, the linguistic gift, all more mechanical than creative, were Phil's. The combination was exceptionally fortunate. And thus began the most exciting part of all. Phil worked early and late. He was in constant consultation with actors and stage managers. The piece was wanted for the late spring season, and no time must be lost. To Alison, the work of dramatizing the book seemed stupendous. She honestly thought it was much more remarkable than writing it. In a book, as she pointed out to Phil, You could have an unlimited number of scenes and acts and settings. You could describe thought, and thus prepare your sequence of events. You could explain and argue and convince. But in a play, it was so different. All of the many book scenes must be compressed into 3 or 4 acts. There could be no explanations and no theorizing. Thought must be translated into speech or depicted by facial expression and action. It seemed little short of impossible. Phil, on the other hand, was in his element. He was made for the task, and his experience with the Inca stood him in good stead. His quick sense of values was unerring. He knew the exact vocabulary that each character would naturally possess. Never once did the wrong word creep into his dialogue. "Oh, she'd never say that. Never in the world," he would cry, in response to some speech suggested by manager, actor, or producer. "Don't you see? That wouldn't fit her. If she wanted to get around that, she'd do it this way." As quick as a flash, he had the proper words ready. Then his aptness at visualizing and his gift of appreciating pictures made an invaluable asset. "Jove, won't that make a stunning scene?" he would say again and again. He had never in his life had so congenial a task. His writing was all done at home, and he wanted Alison always within call. Generally, she sat in the study with him. One day, when the piece was well along, he seemed unusually restless. He kept glancing up at his wife's bent head. She was sewing as she sat, and fidgeting with his desk fittings. Suddenly he rose and began to pace the room, hands rammed deep in pockets. After a few hasty turns, he stopped stock still in front of his wife and burst out, "Al, I want to tell you something. I'll never rest till I get it out. I suppose you'll think I'm a damned thief, though I vow to you it didn't seem anything to me at the time. You know my mountebanks?" She nodded, raising to him clear eyes that were filled with gentleness. He took a deep breath and hurried on. "Well, I got the whole idea of that thing from an old French book that I found on a bookstall on one of the Paris quays." "You mean that it is nothing but a translation?" "Oh, no. The poem is mine. Everything is mine except the central thought and the name." She breathed a deep sigh of relief. He heard it, and it made his confession easier. It was an obscure piece of prose in Old French, with the long S's, you know, and it was called Les Saltimbanques, which is an exact translation of mountebanks, of course. And the idea of it struck me tremendously. I used to think it over as I tramped up and down the streets, till at last the meter of the poem began to fit itself to my footsteps, and the words began to come. It was absolutely necessary for me to put them down on paper. I couldn't rest till I did it." She nodded. "I know all about that," she said. "Yes. Well, when it was done, I knew it was good. I knew I'd never surpass it if I worked a lifetime. The man who wrote it had been dead for years. He'd put it in such poor form that no one had ever noticed it, and his thought was lost. And I needed money more than I'd ever needed it in my life. Honestly, I hardly knew where my next meal was to come from. So I sent the thing off to a publisher, never dreaming that it would become famous. I simply hoped that there'd be someone with enough poetry in his soul to know that it was good, and to give me something for it. And before I knew it, everyone was talking about it, and my reputation was made." "Of course," she said. "I understand." "What could I do? I couldn't say I didn't write it. If it comes to that, I did write the part that they were all raving about. On your honor, Al, do you think what I did was so very bad?" She considered a moment. She could hardly guess with what anxiety he awaited her verdict. "No," she finally replied, "I really don't, dear. But I am quite sure that you are going to be much more at ease if you make reparation." "How?" he demanded. "Why, I hardly know. Couldn't you prepare a note for future editions, stating the source of the material on which your poem was based? Then you would still have the credit for your fine poetical craftsmanship, which you deserve, and yet you would avoid false credit for the original conception." "Yes," answered her husband. He spoke slowly and very soberly. "Yes, I'll do that, Al. It's an excellent idea." Suddenly she rose and held her face up to his. As their lips met and his arms encircled her, she felt very happy. There was a lump in her throat, and she wanted to cry, but her heart was singing. After some time she asked, "What about the Inca, dear?" "That, I think, is really mine. I've always been fascinated with the picturesqueness of Peruvian history. You saw yourself in reading up for me what opportunities for poetic flights the mere recital offered. Naturally, I didn't create history, but I took that last Inca and imagined him as a live man, from his youth up, and gave him a real romance. Honestly, I didn't do any conscious borrowing there." "And it is even finer than the other," she reminded him. Phil didn't write any more that day, but his failure to do so was immaterial, because he had already been working at such lightning speed that he could afford to idle a bit. His was a mercurial nature. He either did nothing at all, or he accomplished Herculean feats. There were no halfway measures for him. He took Alison out to dinner and to the theatre. As they sat in the darkened house, more often than not their hands were clasped, and they felt as light-hearted as a pair of children on a holiday. The completed dramatization of The Mask was such as to raise the highest hopes of success in the breasts of all those concerned. A very famous manager, Brodhead by name, undertook to put it on as soon as it could be rehearsed. An exceptionally fine cast was promised, and a backer was found in a Pittsburgh millionaire whose enthusiasm over the piece was boundless. He predicted a sensational success for it. To Alison's surprise, she was told that it mustn't open cold, which, being translated, meant that it mustn't be tried out in New York. "Where will they do it?" she asked in bewilderment. "Stamford, I believe," replied Phil. "Stamford? That little place? But why?" "That's the custom. It's a very dangerous experiment to open cold. They always take a piece to some smaller place within easy distance for the reporters and the theatrical men. Stamford, or Poughkeepsie, or New Haven. Atlantic City sometimes. They've chosen Stamford for ours." "And how long will it run there?" "Oh, only 3 performances. A matinee and 2 evenings." "Then how long before they can bring it to New York?" "If it is the success that they hope, they'll have it here within 10 days. They're planning to switch another piece and get a theater in that way. I'm going to run up with the boys to the Stamford production. But unless you are especially eager to go, I think you'd better wait for the New York first night." "Oh, yes, I'd rather. But you'll wire me from Stamford?" "Well, I should rather think so. The moment I know how it is going, I'll send you word." The day of the Stamford tryout, they were so nervous they could settle to nothing. It was a mere toss which of them would say to the other, "Oh, do you think it will go? Do you think they'll like it?" But whichever said it, the other would invariably reply, "Of course it will go. It can't fail. They liked the book, and they'll like the play." Between them now, there was no choice when it came to a question of self-reliance. Neither of them was the prop. neither the clinging vine. They hung together for better, for worse, alike in their hopes, alike in their fears, each seeking and receiving support and encouragement from the other. After Phil left the house, there was no task to which Alison could force herself. She couldn't read, she couldn't write, she couldn't eat, she couldn't sleep. She was afraid to go out because of the expected telegram. At last it came. Almost before the bell had ceased tinkling, she was at the door. With trembling fingers, she tore open the yellow envelope and read the message. Top-notch success. Everyone crazy with delight. Home tomorrow. P. She leaned against the wall, and her breath came quick and fast. Then, with the tears raining down her cheeks, she sent up a prayer of thanks for the good fortune that had come to them. Phil's return confirmed every hope they had nursed. The piece would open in New York in 10 days. That would be Monday night, April 28th, almost a year from the day when he had first read his wife's manuscript. Accordingly, many letters were written. The dear ones back home were all urged to come to New York for that marvelous first night. They were merely told that Phil had written a wonderful dramatization of The Mask, and that a great success was prophesied for the piece. Even in quiet Coningsboro had the book made a furore. Mr. Terry had mentioned it in the pulpit, and had urged the congregation to read what he had called the strongest combination of philosophy, unquestioning faith, and orthodox belief that literature has offered in many a day. Judge Howland, who never read novels, had read this one, and rather to his disappointment, had found no flaw to pick in it. It suited Coningsboro ideals, even while it stabbed Coningsboro complacency and self-sufficiency. With bated breath and feverish interest had the villagers read it. Elsa and Roscoe were the only ones in the home circle who could not accept the invitation to New York. They were sorry, but not heartbroken. Their horizon was rather completely bounded at present by a young lady not quite 10 months old. Mr. and Mrs. Terry, Judge Howland, and Gertrude and Kenneth Rawle all wrote that they would be delighted to come on. As the opening night would be Monday, and as the Terrys objected to Sunday travel, and had moreover to attend their Sunday services, the entire party was to leave Coningsboro early on Monday morning and reach New York about 4 in the afternoon. Alison and Phil would meet them and take them to their hotel, where Gertrude and her mother would then have a couple of hours for rest. Rawle wanted them all, including the Howlands, to be his guests at dinner preceding the play. But Alison and Phil begged off on the plea of excitement. They would meet the balance of the party at the theater. End of Book 3, Chapter 3. Book 3, Chapter 4 of The Mask by Florence Irwin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Alison Howland and her husband never forgot that April night. They pretended to dine at home in the spring twilight, but the amount of food they managed to swallow was not very great. Alison had a new frock for the affair. Phil had insisted on that, and he surveyed her with intense pride after helping her into its intricacies. " By Jove, Alison," he said, " you're the best-looking woman I ever saw. You're so different looking." She colored with pleasure at his words. " You are not especially bad-looking yourself," she told him. In sooth, Phil Howland was a man transformed. His stooping slouch was gone, and he held himself erect. The hangdog look had given place to an air of confidence, and his hectic egotism and aggressiveness had melted into something that was nothing more than respectable self-reliance. His regular life had taken the edge off his nerves, and his whole manner bore the buoyant stamp of success. They drove up to the theatre in a hansom, that being Alison's favorite conveyance. As they approached the entrance, she saw the words, "The Mask," thrown in huge letters of flame against the pale crepuscular April sky, and she felt as though the beating of her own heart would suffocate her. They were the first of their party to arrive, but it wasn't many minutes before they were greeting the others, all very happy and very complimentary about Phil's importance. "I never sat in the box with a playwright before," smiled Gertrude. "Don't you feel proud to belong to him, Allie, darling?" It was a rather superfluous question. Alison's pride in her husband was written all over her. The best seats were forced upon the three parents. Gertrude and Kenneth took the next best with many protestations, but Alison insisted that nothing would induce her to sit anywhere but in the background. And they all understood that Phil would want to be moving around a bit. By 8 o'clock the house was crowded, and the standing room only sign was displayed on the sidewalk. Inside, the curtain rolled smoothly up, and the performance began. There was no question about its success. From start to finish, the applause was constant and thunderous. Even Phil was satisfied. Alison heard him mutter under his breath, "Thank God it's all right," and then give a long, tremendous sigh of relief. Her hand sought and met his, and there, with tightly interlocked fingers, they sat and watched their mutual success. There were curtain calls, and responses from the star, and bows of appreciation from the entire company. But even that wasn't enough. At the conclusion of the piece, somewhere in the house, the cry of "Author" was started, and in a moment every unit in that vast audience had caught it up. "Author, author," they thundered, till it was like Bedlam itself. Presently came the manager, seeking Phil. Phil frowned and shook his head. But there was no choice. Nothing less than the appearance of the author could possibly still that clamor. Alison turned to her husband to insist. Her eyes were wet with tears. "You must go, Phil. You must. Nothing else will satisfy them." He drew her out into the corridor with him, and then he spoke. "Not I," he said. "You." "I? You're crazy. It is the play they are applauding, not the book. You wrote the play. Go on out, dear, and tell them so. They'll never stop till you do." Mr. Brodhead was called and instructed. Presently he appeared on the stage and managed to get a hearing. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, "neither I nor the publisher is in the least aware of the identity of the anonymous author of that successful novel, The Mask. But the playwright, Mr. Philippse Howland, is here and will be very happy to respond to your call and to receive your congratulations on his successful work." While he was speaking, Phil had been saying hurriedly to Alison, "I want you to let me tell them. There is no sense in further secrecy. Let us take our happiness together. Let me tell them. May I?" "Oh, I don't know," she faltered. "I'm afraid of deciding too quickly. I'm afraid of making a mistake." "I ask it as a favor," he whispered, as he hurried away. "I'll watch you for a sign. Don't fail me." And he was gone. At his appearance on the stage, the house went mad again, and then he raised his hand, and the silence was immediate and intense. "Dear people," he said, "I cannot begin to thank you adequately. There is no use in trying. But if it is true that the way to be happy is to give happiness, then every soul of you here tonight should be steeped in bliss. It is kindness of this sort that makes work sweet. It is appreciation of this sort that spurs a man to further effort. If ever I write a better play than this, it will be because there is no other way of expressing my gratitude to you for tonight's success." There are two sides to success: the side of the man who makes the effort, and the side of those who appreciate it and put it on its feet. Neither side can go far without the other. So, you see, I owe you quite as much tonight as you can possibly owe me. With all my heart I thank you. I thank the ladies and gentlemen who have ensured the success of the piece by their skillful portrayal of its various characters. I thank the manager, who has been known to you too long and too well to necessitate compliments on my part. And to my thanks, I add my grateful acceptance of that part of your appreciation to which I have a right, the part which applies to the work of dramatization. But, as I am sure you all know, the play is written around a novel of the same name, which made such a hit this past winter. That novel, in spite of repeated reports to the contrary, I did not write. From the first, however, I have been in the confidence of its anonymous author. But never, until I sat watching this play with you tonight, did I realize with what sweet, lovable, and wise motives had that anonymity been assumed. While he had been speaking, Alison's eyes had never left his face. She sat as if spellbound, following his every word, unconscious of all else in the world. Just before he mentioned the secret authorship of the book, he threw her a quick glance. In answer, and almost like a person hypnotized, she responded with a nod. A smile lighted his face, and he continued. I am about to doff a mask of my own. The best way of proving my gratitude to you is to share with you my guilty secret. Also, it is the surest means of convincing you that I am sincere in disclaiming credit for the book. Ladies and gentlemen, the author of The Mask is my wife. It will give her intense pleasure to help me receive your more than kind congratulations. He stepped quickly over to the rail of the box and held out his hand. Like a woman in a trance, Alison rose in response to his summons. She saw nothing else, realized nothing else, but just that Phil was waiting for her. The startled exclamations of the rest of the box party fell on deaf ears, their looks of incredulous happiness on blind eyes. By instinct, she found her way to the front of the box. She reached out her hand and took Phil's, her eyes dewy, her lips parted, her breast rising and falling tumultuously. There they stood together while thunderous bursts of applause rolled up to them from that sea of clapping hands and human throats. Wave after wave collected, broke, and gave place to its successor. It seemed as if it would never end. At last it was over, and the satisfied audience began to disperse. And then came the more intimate congratulations. Mr. Terry was experiencing what was probably the proudest moment of his life. Mrs. Terry was crying openly. Gertrude and Ken were aquiver with happy felicitations and surprised questions. And old Judge Howland kept swallowing something in his throat and repeating, "My boy and my girl, my boy and my girl," in a voice that was suspiciously husky. They were getting into their wraps, Phil and Alison acting very much like a pair of sleepwalkers, seeking armholes, missing them, forgetting them, and then awaking anew to the necessity for finding them. When along came the manager with an invitation. The entire party must join him and the principals and the producer in a theater supper of jubilation. He interrupted his own invitation to add his especial laurels to Alison's rapidly accumulating heap, and then urged anew. Alison would honestly rather have gone home, but she saw that it would not only be ungracious, but that it would be a disappointment to the rest of her party, so she yielded at once. Mr. and Mrs. Terry, though anxious to go, were inwardly experiencing some little trepidation. The Rawles, Judge Howland, and Phil were frankly eager. "Where are we going?" asked Alison. "To a Hungarian restaurant downtown, if you will. There'll be Italian cooking, and delicious native wine, and the most interesting crowd you'll find in New York. Carriages will be at the stage entrance in a few moments." The Terrys and Rawles were honored by being placed in the first carriage, a little to the disappointment of the latter pair. Judge Howland insisted on going with his girl, so he and Alison and Mr. Westcott, the producer, got into the second carriage, while Phil, together with Brodhead and the two principals, followed in the third. The rest of the party paired off according to personal preference. Alison and her happy father-in-law sat side by side, while the equally happy Mr. Westcott faced them. He fairly radiated delight. "And it was you who wrote that clever book, Mrs. Howland?" he asked. "How proud you must feel." "More thankful than proud," she smiled. "Wasn't it a frightfully difficult feat?" "Difficult? Oh, no. I think it would have been much harder not to write it than to write it, after I once began to think about things." At this Judge Howland gave a snort of pleasure. "The true fountain of inspiration," laughed Westcott. "Impossible to damn." Alison tactfully turned the talk away from herself. "What a hit the play made," she began. Her companion almost took the words out of her mouth. "By George, didn't it, though?" he cried. "Wonderful, simply wonderful." "Where did you sit, sir?" asked Judge Howland. "In a box?" "Oh, no, indeed. Brodhead and I were at the back, and moved about constantly in order to take the pulse of the audience. Then, we had men planted all over the house." "Not to applaud?" said Alison, rather fearfully. "Heavens, no," he laughed. "Simply to watch the audience and to see whether the thing got over. And there was no question about it. It is the hit of the year. You and your husband must give us many more such pieces, Mrs. Howland. How happy you must be to be able to work hand in hand, as it were." Arrived at the restaurant, they entered a long room filled with tables around which parties were rapidly collecting. On a raised platform at one end, the orchestra was stationed. At first, the musicians followed their own program, but as the evening progressed, they repeatedly responded to calls from the audience, giving any selection that was demanded. In the center of each table was a cask with a spigot. From this was drawn the sparkling pink Hungarian wine. Brodhead's party attracted immediate attention. The host and those of his guests who were professionals were already well known, and the balance of the party looked sufficiently interesting to warrant frequent glances and inquiries. Nothing was formal. Intimates wandered from table to table. Everyone who approached Brodhead's table either asked about the reception of the new piece or offered felicitations on the success they had already heard reported. The newcomers were invariably presented to Phil and Alison, and congratulations were incessant and cordial. Gertrude, watching her sister, began to realize that there might be something bigger in the world than perfect contentment. Alison had built, she had achieved, she had created. That meant power and influence, and, perhaps, even a name that would outlive her. What opportunities were hers! What vistas opened before her! She had done something that had made the world take notice. She had outstripped them all. Gertrude herself was the recipient of no small share of admiration. Her beauty and her charm assured her of that. But the real glory of the evening belonged to those who had made its success. Mr. and Mrs. Terry, having gone a little fearfully, were distinctly surprised. Except that the conversation was more sparkling, they might have been at a supper party of their own intimates. Nowhere in the room was there anything to wound their sensibilities. Although repeated attempts were made to lead the conversation into other channels, it always came back to the mask. Small wonder, either, considering the reception the piece had had. "The most remarkable thing of all," said Brodhead, "was that the big punch came in that quiet second act. We expected one, of course, in the third act, and we got it. But it was a regular triumph to get that second act across the way we did." "That was your favorite, Alison," said Phil, nodding to his wife. "It was?" queried Brodhead eagerly. "You picked that scene, Mrs. Howland? Why?" "I thought it wonderful because of its very quiet and its restraint," she replied. "The next scene was carried by action, this by mere mental force. Its success to-night," she added graciously, "was due, of course, to the acting of Miss Marden and Mr. Sharrow." "And to Mr. Howland's lines," Miss Marden interposed quickly. And so it went. The graceful ball of compliment was caught by one of them, only to be tossed by him to another. But always the book and the play were the great themes of the conversation. And always, even among these professionals, Alison was singled out for admiration. A woman who at one fell blow had set the world agog, who had jumped into fame with scarcely an effort, was not a woman to disregard. As they talked, a commotion in the front of the room caught their attention. A famous Italian tenor had just entered. He was pointed out to Mr. Brodhead's party just as he blew a kiss to Miss Marden. Later, singers rose in their various places and sang delightfully. Some even walked on to the platform to oblige their listening audience. There was applause and badinage and intimate dialogue. The Coningsboro guests scarcely knew themselves. It was a different world from any that they had ever glimpsed. Even Ken, that incomparable worldling, was fairly new to it. It was late when they all separated. After repeated good nights, Phil and Alison got into a cab alone and drove homeward. They talked but little as they sped through the lamplit night. Their hearts and brains were too full for talk. They were glad to lean back in the semi-gloom and give themselves up to happy retrospect. How wonderful it all was, thought Alison. How marvelous. Even yet she could scarcely grasp it. By far the greatest miracle of all, from her point of view, greater than fame, greater than money, was the present relationship between her and her husband. How distant seemed now the unhappiness, the disagreements, the misunderstandings. Why, only 1 short year ago, she had been on the point of leaving him, had, indeed, actually left him. She shivered as she realized the abyss her feet had skirted. But now that it was all over, she realized fully that the things that had seemed so horrible at the time had actually been the leading strings of her happiness. Without loneliness, she would never have turned to writing. Without suffering, she could never have comprehended. Without their tragedy, never would that first tender mutual bond have sprung up between her and Phil. And without her, Phil would never have succeeded. In all humility and in all thankfulness, she admitted it, for she knew that it was true. But for her, Phil would have taken a girl from the circle around him and have sunk constantly lower. Or he would have married some other delicately reared woman of Alison's own class, and the result would have been separation. By exactly those inborn traits that differentiated her from other women, had she been able to save him from himself. And she thanked Heaven for granting her the opportunity, the ability, and the wisdom. How more than worthy he was of salvation. There was sweetness in him. There was responsiveness. There was brilliancy. It needed but the firm and patient hand of a good woman to keep him from the gutter. Then Alison thought of Phil's father. She had been enabled to justify his affection. She had given him a son of whom he might be proud forever. And to Judge Howland, pride was the breath of life. A certain intuition told Alison that the old man's special happiness that night had been caused by his son's repudiation of that share of the praise which was not his right. Suddenly a flash of wonder assailed her. Judge Howland had always been an inveterate bookworm. Had he, by any chance, long known of the secret source of Phil's mountebanks? Well, even if he had, atonement had now been made. His pride in his son was firmly established. There came into the girl's mind an old couplet that her mother used to quote: "The clouds we most do dread are rich with blessing and will break in fullness on our head." In fullness on her head had her own dread clouds indeed broken. As she sat dreaming, they found themselves at their own door. Once inside the apartment, their tongues were loosed. In spite of the lateness of the hour, they sat down and began to plan for the happy future that lay before them. They would work, of course. Work together. That was the foundation on which their entire edifice was to be built. Besides working, they would travel together. "I'll show you Europe," promised Phil, "and all the places I know. And then we'll discover new ones together." "Oh, Phil," she cried, "it's come at last. The thing I've longed for all my life. It seems too good to be true." "Everything seems a bit that way," he laughed. "Let's always keep this little flat for town use, Alison. We'll need a foothold in town, and merely for what we've been through here together, I'd hate to give it up." "Give it up?" she interrupted quickly. "Of course we won't give it up. Why should we?" "We won't, as I'm telling you. We'll keep it, but not for a permanent home. Because you're going to have that real home that you've always longed for. The sweetest little home in the country that you ever saw." "Oh, no, Phil, you mustn't. You'd hate it." "Hate it? I'd love it. I can hardly wait to find it." "Not really, dear? Isn't it just to please me?" "It's to please myself by pleasing you. Please God, you are not going to have the sole option on unselfishness in this household in the years to come." "What about snowstorms?" "I shall probably discover that they are as beautiful as mud beds." "What about furnaces?" "If I can't make money enough to hire a furnace man, I'll find my own proper level as a stoker." He rose and, going over to her, dropped to his knees by her side and buried his head in her lap. "Oh, Alison," he said, "when I think what a trump you've been, how you've stood by me and seen me through, there aren't words to tell you how I feel about it. You've made me. That's what you've done. Made me, body and soul." "No, Phil. I've done nothing but tried to get you a fair chance. That was all that you needed. You never had it before." "Well, I've had it now, and may I live to make good. And the first thing I do with it is to see that you have a fair chance yourself." As he talked, his wife's busy mind flew off to plans for this happy future that he promised her. She could see him in the new surroundings. It was inevitable that his artistic nature should blossom more luxuriantly in a setting that was less bleak and bare. With coming prosperity, she could imagine him busy and interested. Cynicism, socialism, bohemianism, all forgotten and outgrown. He would be proud of his home, proud of his wife, proud of his— "Do you hear what I am saying, Alison?" her husband's voice interrupted. "Or are you dreaming?" "I was dreaming, I think. What did you say, dear?" "I said that you must have something more worthy of your petting than I have been. My dear, if ever there was a woman born to be a magnificent mother of sons, and of daughters, that woman is you." "Oh, Phil, Phil," she cried, and the tears were raining down her cheeks. "That is what I long for, dear. It is all that I lack. No more lonely hours, no more arms aching from emptiness, but instead, little feet to patter, little bodies to care for, little brains to train, little lips to kiss." As they sat there in blissful silence, there suddenly rang in Alison Howland's brain words that she had not heard for years. They were as distinct as though actually intoned by her father's tender voice. A woman, when she is in travail, hath sorrow, because her hour is come. But as soon as she is delivered of the child, she remembereth no more the anguish, for joy that a man is born into the world. In truth, Alison Howland remembered no more her anguish, for joy that a man was born into the world. End of Book 3, Chapter 4. End of The Mask by Florence Irwin.